Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Westeros. It is good to be back. We've been gone for 87 years, and we're just really happy to be back after one of our very rare off weeks. So, yeah. Hi, everybody. Let's do a quick round. I'm Rusty. I'm the GM. Directly over my head. Well, okay, directly over my head is Baratheon Hammer, but over that is the Iron Throne and that meter. And as you cheer and give bits and subscribe and all that good stuff, you'll see that meter dwindle, and we'll see who seizes the Iron Throne. And after you seize the Iron Throne, you get to give a destiny point to a character. Doesn't have to be a player character. And we'll just see what kind of situation they're in and whether or not fans and viewers feel like, they need the help. So, there's that out of the way. Let's have our players kind of introduce each other. Let's go oldest to youngest. So, in character, oldest to youngest. So, Felicia, how are you? Who's your character? And what are you up to as Grandpa Makar's 80th name day is winding down?
Um, what am I doing? Okay. I'm Felicia. I play Raina. If y'all don't know that by now, go back and watch some stuff. Because there's a whole bunch of stuff.
They say every episode someone's first.
But that's true, I guess. Raina's the eldest, heir to House Nymaryen, and now married to Lord Willis Tyrell, heir to High Garden.
Way too long.
And now we've had a pair of twins, an heir for each. I'm currently Lady Olena's favorite. Uh,
Presumptuous, but continue.
I didn't see that poll.
I'm damn sure. I almost made her cry. And then we all came home. Hey, wait, hold on. Are we supposed to be telling this? We all came home for Grandfather Maykar's 80th name day celebration because we've all been off having grown-up lives. And
How about each of you says like one interesting thing about the 80th name day celebration day? Like, it's just name drop one thing from last episode instead of one person telling the whole story.
Grandfather Maykar really likes babies.
Okay, that's fair.
You make it sound like it's his favorite snack.
I mean,
Like they actually make him soften and be outwardly affectionate.
we had to watch him baby talk, and it was weird.
It was very odd.
yeah.
So then, there you go. That's the one fact from the.
All right then, Erica, who are you? How you doing? Who's your character? And give us a thing that happened last episode.
Sure. I'm Erica, and I play Bela, and Bela is the second born of the household. But we're twins, so it's not like it's a large amount of time separating the two of us. And I'm the more martially inclined one, and I have done some really cool things. Among them is getting married to Sir Balin Swan from Swanlands and House Swan. And the two of us tag teamed and had a daughter. And we now live at our cousin's ancestral home of House Will, where I am in charge of it for perpetuity. Well, until I die, at least. And then our daughter Willa will be the ruler of Will lands. And we've also arrived back home for grandfather's name day, and while we were enjoying all the babies and the cheer, we had a visitor come. Well, it was actually a number of visitors, most of which are prisoners because they're on their way up to the Black Wall. And we actually know one of the prisoners, a murderer by the name of Sir Oris, the Aurochs.
Not a murderer.
Well, that's how he was presented.
That's
Yeah.
what the paperwork says. And you guys did know a second of the prisoners, also young Reginald,
Oh, you're right. You're right.
the archer from the Westerlands, and he's just in trouble for poaching. So clearly
It's
he's
the wall for fucking poaching.
you could say the wall for. They're not big on partial punishments in Westeros. It's often a like, listen, we're going to murder or disfigure you, or you could take the black. And he's like, well, I might as well, because like they're probably gonna cut off his archery fingers. I'd say for the poaching, might be the thing. So he's like, well, I can be useless to my family, and never again do this thing, or take the black. Because we know that that's one of the crimes or one of the punishments for rapists is they geld them, or they can take the black. So like, they're pretty harsh. Justice in Westeros does nothing by half, except for cut people in half. So, Robert, how's it going? Who's your character? And give us a fun fact from last episode.
Like all the good facts got taken. But my name's Robert. I'm playing Lucaris. He's the little son. He has been hanging out in his wife's family's castle at Ghost Hill. And him and his wife of Lady Tolan have come to the name day and brought their little baby Makar. For a fun fact, you guys took all the good stuff.
So just two things happened last episode. Grandpa liked babies, and Oris kinslayed. Got it.
Yeah,
That was it.
There's more information.
For a non-fun fact, little Monteris died.
Oh.
And who was Monteris?
He was the heir to Driftmark.
And your...
Our cousin.
and with Monteris's death, Lucaris is now the heir to Driftmark and House Valerian as the closest legitimately blooded male. So that shit's gonna skip over Rhaena and Bela because they're gross and no cooties allowed north of the Dornish marches. Women don't get to rule stuff very often, so it went to Luke. So
It's one of these things where it's kind of a thing he's wanted, but also he's very sad. So he's very conflicted.
All right. Speaking of sad and conflicted, let's just smoothly segue right into Adam.
First of all,
How dare.
how absolute dare. You're not wrong, but you're an ass. Hello, I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymaryen, the youngest Nymaryen, who has an invisible baby called Rebuilding Harrenhal, who has a twin called 8 Hours Sleep a Night. That's what he's been doing. Like, turning it from a rotting ruin into a functional place.
With the aesthetics of a rotting ruin. So it's still extra spoopy and like ready for Halloween.
It's still a spoopy goth castle, just one that's actually nice to live in now.
Yeah.
It's a lot less damp.
Sorry?
It's a lot less damp.
Yeah, it's actually livable now. With the help of his roommate, Mr. Ferris.
Just
Yes.
roommates.
Yeah. They're just guys being buds. It's fine. And has been greatly distressed by his dear friend and giant oaf that he can't seem to quit, Oris being falsely accused, and has sworn to clear his name or smuggle him out of here, whichever one comes first. And I suppose also has made a mental note to probably save Reginald as well, because he was a nice kid and doesn't deserve the shit. And is hoping to find a quick and clever solution, but has made it clear to his siblings that he is fully prepared to go with something blunt and uncouth if must needs must.
Yeah, or Oris, we mentioned he was there. Something blunt and uncouth. Because,
Oh, I see. No,
ah,
he
I,
is prepared to bribe or kill people to to make this turn out all right.
right. So yeah, we had a couple scenes. Oris alone is locked up in the dungeon. The rest of the recruits for the Night's Watch, mostly criminals. One of them is Dagbert, who just wants to see some snow. So he's
Poor
just
kid.
he's just
Oh.
wanting to get out from the nameless village he's grown up in, and his father grew up in, and his grandfather grew up in, and he's like, I'm on an adventure, and he's just going to the wall. But
I feel
most of
like
them, yeah.
he's not going to last 5 minutes up there. I feel terrible about it.
So yeah, most of them are criminals to some extent. A few of them were losers in military skirmishes that just never got ransomed. So the people that had them hostage just were like, here you go. I'm tired of feeding this guy, right? And that counts as a criminal, right? So yeah, there's that stuff going on. But they are in the stables, which is more comfort than a lot of houses would probably give them. Meanwhile, the actual member of the Night's Watch escorting them, Sir Alistair Thorne, uh, was actually given a spot, a guest chamber. This is partially because not all of your guests were able to make it, because the weather has been heckin' bad the last couple of days. So, and that's part of why the Night's Watch came looking for hospitality instead of maybe just asking for some food and continuing on their way, is that there's some gnarly storms. So you had on and off blustering storms throughout the day. Most of you were hunkered down for the 80th name day ceremonies and taking it easy and having a good time as the wind raged outside. And then Grandfather Makar's name day feast is dying down. A lot of the guests have headed off to their chambers or, just to kind of hang out together. It's doing whatever. And then you guys got a note from a rather harried looking one of the Nymaryen guards that came rushing up and saying that there's a disturbance in the dungeons. And he's trying not to make a big deal, panic, ruin the party, but it's pretty clear that there's something pretty wrong. And that was where we cut last episode. So, siblings of House Nymaryen, you have intercepted a guard that has told you there's a disturbance in the dungeons. What y'all doing?
Hightailing it down there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
That guard gives you like obedient nod, and he goes to tell your grandfather what's going on. But he ran into you guys first. He knows that you'll probably go take care of it. He's
Yes.
gonna go tell Lord Makar and see what else needs to be done. So,
Does he have does the guard have a sidearm on him?
I think around the house we've established that they carry spears.
Okay.
So probably not. Like I imagine they're allowed to carry a supplementary sword or something, but maybe they've got to be in the guard for a couple years before they get it, or But yeah, they're not all armed to the teeth, especially when
I
they're just
will.
like here on garrison duty.
Yeah, I will. I will get his spear from him.
Sure, that is doable. Um, you guys know just from the layout of the castle, there's another pair of guards that are outside the main chamber here, the feast hall. Does anybody want to arm up off of them?
Arm up.
That's what Luke just did.
Wait,
So I was just wanting to.
I mean, like Adam already had his sword on him, so he doesn't. He's not going to arm up more than that.
Sure.
He is going to bring Ferris this time in case medical attention is needed.
Okay.
I'll grab a sword if somebody has one. since apparently we just think there's gonna be a fucking riot in here with our one prisoner.
I mean, well, no one said we only have one prisoner.
You do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, he's it right now. But okay,
I run
so
a quite fucking ship, I'll have you know.
so
Well,
like,
part of
it's
that means sometimes you arrest people, right?
That's true.
I don't know what the status of the dungeons are, but there's a problem down there. I'm grabbing a weapon.
all right then. You make your way towards the dungeon, and as you are a hallway or two, a twist, a turn, a corner away, you hear that this is not a minor disturbance. You guys know what a fight sounds like.
Oh no.
And you're able to hear a bellow accompanied by a rattling, thunderous shake.
That's
and
Oris.
you realize that it must be Oris throwing himself against his bars. Because it's like, it's going to take down Wyvern's Rest. And as you're one hallway away, you hear him yell again. And it's him roaring, "Mom!" And his voice cracks in the middle of it. And then another shaking thoom as he throws himself against his bars. And then you round the final corner. And you get to this hallway that's just like outside his cell. And in this hallway, first things first, you see a pair of dead Nymaryen garrison. They are lying in growing pools of blood. This is your quick snapshot. They are down and dead. At the far end of the hallway, just past Oris's, like where his cell is, cells off to one side, at the end of the hallway, it's a dead end, you see Bessa of Fleabottom standing with a knife out, backed into a corner. Just in front of the Lady Bessa, with his back to her, down on one knee, you see Sir Lyle Crakehall, the Strongboar. He has his sword out in one hand, and his other hand is holding his throat like this, with blood spilling out between his fingers down his front. And then, in front of Sir Lyle Crakehall, the reason his sword is out, etc., etc., you see a half dozen figures in ratty black leather and brown cloth and muted leather armors with dark cloaks. You see one of them is down and dead, hewn across the torso, no doubt by Sir Lyle. He has a surprised look on his face that you're pretty sure is, why didn't slitting his throat work? Slitting his throat works. And then Sir Lyle just said, no, I decided not to. So that guy's dead. Two of them are over by Oris's cell. We'll get to them in just a second. Three of them are being warded off by the Strongboar. Two of them have picked up the spears from the downed Nymaryen guards. The rest of them that you see have cudgels wrapped in leather so that the impacts are quieter. And they're wielding basically just big clubs. And they are being held off by the Strongboar, but they do have a pair of spears, and that's a bit more reach than him. So three of them are going at the Strongboar. Two of them are at Oris's cell, and not quite comedically, they're trying to figure out what the fuck to do. And you hear them telling each other, like, get him, knock him out, yeah, get the bastard. And Oris is like not in a getting got mood. He is instead trying to tear down Wyvern's Rest to get out of his cell and kill these fools that are.
Good luck reaching his head to knock him out. Fucking hell.
So, so there you are. That's the snapshot as you guys are gathering initiative dice. You have five cutthroats down here that have clearly used lethal violence against guards, but are clearly trying to knock out and abduct Oris. something is afoot.
You think? Fucking hell.
Okay.
I'm like
So,
actually raging right now. Okay. What is this?
Yeah.
When did this
Definitely
even come
think
on?
we're going to combat mode.
yes, we are. I would certainly assume so.
Bela definitely is.
Is it athletics, quickness?
Yes,
I haven't rolled initiative in so long.
it's the yeah,
Agility and quickness specialty.
yeah,
Agility.
agility. Sorry, not athletics. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's really bad.
But no minuses because I'm not wearing any fucking armor.
Good news.
Good news.
Good thinking.
Yeah, I've been there. It's not as good as you think.
Yeah, it's not.
It hasn't got you killed once.
It doesn't quite, no.
Okay, my initiative's 10.
All right, we got a 10 for Adam. Who's got what?
10.
16.
10 for Bela, 16 for Reyna. And what's Luke sitting at?
Also 16.
Okay. Who has the quickness specialty? Anybody?
No.
Okay, so
I do.
Luke, you're gonna
Luke
win
has
the
it.
tiebreaker with Reyna. So we'll say that beats that. And then what are your agility scores, Bela and Adam?
3.
2.
Okay, so we'll say Bela wins that tie. That make work? I have no idea if that's what the rule is, but that's what we're going with. So, Luke, you are up first. There are a trio of cutthroats in this hallway, 2 with spears, 1 with a cudgel, that are bearing down on Bessa of Fleabottom and the Strongboar. And then just off to one side, there are a pair of them that are like trying to like swing at Oris kind of through the cage bars and or prison cell bars. Not really cage, I guess. Cages
Yeah.
are mobile, I think. Whatever. Anyways, that's the sitch. 3 over here, 2 over there.
I'm going to kind of glance back for 1 second at Reyna, who said she ran a tight ship.
I fucking did. Who are
And
these?
I'm going to charge one of the cutthroats who are threatening Lady Bessa of Fleabottom.
All right. 1 with a club or 1 with a spear?
We will go Speary Boy first, because I also got a spear. And with my
Okay.
borrowed spear, I want to attack him.
Okay. Go.
That's what I want to see. 6s. All right. I have an attack roll of 26.
Ooh, almost got him.
Oh, he's a fast cutthroat.
All right, so that is 4 bonus degrees of success. What is your base damage?
It looks like a standard spear is 5.
So 29 damage, and he is down. These
Maybe,
guys.
maybe this would have been a good split dice time. I don't know, but
So yeah, you are able to run him through from behind. Describe your kill. Where you go for the kill shot?
he's facing Lady Bessa. I'm going to go right through his back and into his heart.
All right.
And then I'm going to yell behind me, "Guards, quick!"
All right. That does it for 16 at Luke. Reyna at 16.
All right. Reyna does not have a spear. She has a sword. So, and she will charge as well, but she is going to charge one of the 2 that are currently trying to fish for Oris's in the cell.
Okay.
I mean, he's a very big fish in a small barrel, so.
There are 2 of them. They both have cudgels. One of them has a thing of keys in his offhand.
Yeah, that's
Taken
what I want.
from
I want the
one of your
keys.
slain guards.
That was the idea I had. I was like, go for
Yeah.
the keys and let Oris out.
So, all
I
right,
think that
going
would be
for
the most efficient way to handle this.
okay, going for keys guy. Give me an attack roll. And is Reyna like yelling anything? Is she like any kind of supplementary role play stuff going on?
I know Ferris doesn't mind the command, but I am gonna. Ferris, she's a strong boar. So hopefully, the strong boar doesn't fucking die.
Good call.
And then I'm going to. I tried to pull up the die roller. We were playing D&D last night.
Trying to roll dice in Discord.
I
There
typed
might be.
exclamation point roll.
I mean, it would work if we had a dice bot. Like, you could do worse than the normal D60 stuff for here, but whatever. All right, so what are we looking at for an attack roll?
Looking at 15.
Okay. That is going to be a hit. What is your base damage?
4.
All right.
I forgot. I have a +1, so 16. But I don't think it matters.
It does.
Oh, sorry.
Their combat defense 6, so that'll be triple damage. So, all right. All right. You are able to run up, and in the last instant before the strike lands, you don't know if he just hears the ruckus going on behind him. There's a couple people yelling. All of a sudden, something tells this cutthroat to turn. And your sword slash takes him across the upper arm. As he's bringing his cudgel and arm up to protect his head, you slash his upper arm and his wrist, and he drops the cudgel. But then he smoothly backpedals and pivots and pulls about 1.5 feet of steel from his belt, held blade down in what is very clearly a competent and comfortable "I'm used to murdering people with knives" grip. And he gives you a leer as he curses at you.
In what kind of accent?
What's your awareness and what
That's
specialties
a
do you
really
have?
clever question.
Well, I was going to say, if that's within earshot of everybody.
My awareness is a 4, and I have a bonus die and notice.
Okay.
My passive awareness is 16.
All he has said so far is fucking cone, which isn't a ton to work with, but you know it's not Dornish.
Yeah, that's
Like,
not Dornish.
You're positive it is Northern, but it's a curse in pain in the middle of a fight. Your blood's up. Like, it's, he's not giving a quick brown fox jumped over the...
The thing is, though, when someone is like in that kind of situation, that's when you'll usually hear their real accent.
Right?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's 3 syllables so far, so it's enough to say definitely not Dornish. And there we go. That's a good start. So Bela, you are up at 10.
Yes, I am going to move forward quickly and strike at the other spear-wielding vagabonds.
All right. Give him what for?
Yeah.
The
Hopefully
old
it's
Valyrian steel.
all of these
Look
spears.
at all those dice.
Oh, wow, that... Oh my gosh. That is a...
Oh, is it a good oh my gosh or a
no.
bad oh my god?
It's terrible. Let's see. 4 1s, 3 2s, a 4 and a 5.
Oh my god.
So that is a 16 total.
Okay, and is that factoring in the spear? Like, 'cause
Yes.
It's got like +1. Okay, just
Yep.
making sure it's on. So 16. Good news is these guys are combat defense 6, so it's that's a couple degrees. What's your base damage?
7 with Pierce 1.
Right. So that will
It's
ignore
that base damage that makes it.
that ignores fully half of his armor, because they're just in soft leathers, right? So yeah. How do you kill yours? Luke got his with a spear through the heart.
So I come in with the butt of the spear, and I just knock away the spear out of his hand, and then bring the sharp end of the spear forward, and just slice right across his neck to open up the big jugular. There.
All right. So yeah, you interrupt his fight, and then when he goes, huh? Yeah, so that works. That got it done. And then we've got Adam at 10.
Okay, so the first thing is like Adam is going to like shout like keep one of them alive, for obvious reasons. So what?
Sure. That's my response. Sure.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just not sure why it was amusing. So what I'd ideally like to do is get hold of a set of keys. I'm presuming that the ones that they've got are the ones they've taken off Sir Lyle, presumably. What he wants is to snatch those and start opening Oris's cell, and like toss a weapon to Ferris, probably his own sword, and get him to cover him while he does it. How plausible is that as an action?
Not. Because there's one set of keys in the dungeon, and like there's one set in like Grandfather Makar's Solar, and then probably one in like the barracks, and that's probably about it.
So why can't I try and get the keys off that guy?
Well, I'm just because he's holding them and is in the middle of a fight. So
Isn't that
like
an idea to snatch something from someone?
not particularly, because he's gonna use his knife to keep you from doing that. Like it would be a pretty high difficulty called shot to try and functionally disarm him.
Okay, I'm gonna try and kill that guy so I can take his keys.
Okay.
There you go.
And this is the one that Reyna has slashed at. So he is the one with the knife out. But yeah, just because of how hard it is to just take things from people in fights, it's probably going to be easier to just attack.
Fine.
Is the thing. So
Yeah, I said it would, so I just need to roll.
okay. So all right, you rush in to help Reyna sword fight this guy. So give me an attack roll.
Right, I've got 12 on the dice. I can if I would a destiny point to make it 15 make a difference?
No.
Okay. Does that mean I fail?
No, that's a hit. What's your base damage?
That's a good question. I've never had to look that up. Give me a sec.
What's a regular arming sword? People that are using swords? Is it I think athletics?
But it's Castle Forge, so it's not just regular.
That's just a bonus to hit. But are they athletics or athletics plus 1? Anybody got it handy?
It's
I
athletics for sure.
do not.
Okay. All right. Then we'll
I
look
have
this
a
up.
I think
Yeah.
it's straight athletics, but
I've got all my bows statted up. Not. Hang on.
It's your athletics. I'll double check, but
I know it's athletics based. I just don't remember. So longsword, it's athletics plus 1. All right. So what is your
athletics plus
Ash?
1?
Yes,
Oh,
Ash. I
okay.
got. It's athletics plus 1. So what's your athletics?
Athletics is 2.
All right. So base damage is 3. So you can have that scribbled for the future.
Freaking cheated myself.
Okay. I don't know that that's been the case all game, but we'll double
No,
check
it
your
hasn't been
stats.
all game. Go ahead, do what you're saying.
So Adam comes in and swings at the guy, and he gets a hit, but this guy again is clearly done this sort of thing before, so he's able to almost but not quite parry the blow. It's a very shallow cut, and it looks like he is now very angry. Just kidding, he already was. That was at 10. At 9, bad guys are up. There's one guy with a cudgel left who is not a good person and is going to try and hurt people.
that jerk.
Chat, give me evens or odds. Anyone in chat?
I don't know what my non-armored shit is.
Okay. Just gonna see who he's. Alright, odds. Alright then. Odds means he is attacking Bela. Evens would have been Luke.
Okay.
So he attacks Bela, not terrifically well. That's a 15 to hit, as he lashes out at you with this like leather muffled cudgel.
All right. Well, I am combat defense 13 with no armor on, so that does
it
hit.
is a base hit. It is 3 points of damage,
Okay.
as he just wails at you with this, length of wood. And it sucks, but it's not a sword or an axe or spear. So you get battered some, and that is it there. And then we've got a guy with a cudgel in by the cell. He's going to attack Adam. That's a 12 to hit. Adam?
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, what's your combat defense?
7.
Okay, so that's a hit and 1 degree of success. So you get bashed with a cudgel for 6 points.
Fuck. That's never taking me out.
And then the guy with the knife goes after Reyna.
Wait, before we do this,
Uh-huh.
combat defense is agility plus athletics plus awareness plus something else, which I don't know what that is. This is death.
Defense.
Defense bonus,
Yeah, if you have one and
like a shield.
you would know.
Right. All right.
Huh.
So,
So did you say combat defense was agility plus athletics plus awareness?
minus, yeah.
Yeah.
I should have that higher then. Yeah, it should have been 8
Okay.
rather than 7, but it probably doesn't make a difference.
It actually does. You take 3 points instead of 6.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, he just barely eked another extra success, so.
That's how little I use the combat stats, because
Right?
that much. Okay.
Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 is my combat defense.
All right. You are hit for 9 points of damage, piercing 2. This fellow knows how to knife. And so he comes in after blocking most of Adam's swing, and he feints, and then goes low, and gives you a slash low on the ribs, glances off your hip bone instead of quite getting anything vital organ-wise. But it's a hit. Pretty solid hit. Which brings us back around to top of the round. Luke, you are up. There is one cudgel guy in the hallway that just hit your sister. There's a cudgel guy in the cell room that hit your brother. And there's a knifesman that just stuck it right into Reyna's guts.
Yeah. I'm going to give Bela that you've got this nod.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to disengage and attack Knife Boy in the other room.
Okay, you have a spear, so I will say that you can lose 1 bonus die. And this is to reflect you kind of staying at range.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. It's kind of a small room. Yeah.
Right, so, but yeah, because it's a spear, I'll say you can reach him. It's just, you've got to keep your distance. So, so roll 1 less bonus die, but keep all your normal total. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. A lot of 4s in this. So it's going to be kind of a middle of the road attack. 22.
Okay. And your base damage?
It's 5.
All right. He's recovering from his stab on Reyna, and you're able to come in. He almost parries it, but instead he's able to just shove your spear point down low. So instead of a kill shot, it drives deep into his thigh, and he has taken a wound.
Okay.
So that's you at 16, Reyna at 16.
Sorry, I had to curse Erica over and
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now there's 2 on this knife guy, so let's fucking murder him. Wish I had a shield. 20.
20?
My damage is a 5, not a 4, because I forgot I increased my athletics with my last batch of having a baby is,
Okay.
it's not working out. I'm trying to get back in shape.
All right. He is reeling back and he twists away from the spear in his leg, thanks to your elder brother, and you're able to slash at him again, and it opens up a second cut on his forearm. It looks like he's more used to slashing weapons than like in close stuff than spears. So he's been able to try and roll with it, but he's a couple more injuries on him. He is definitely not looking great. Which brings us to Bela at 10.
All right, I'm going to finish off this last guy that is in front of Lyle Craycall and Lady Bessa. And hopefully this dice roll will be a little bit better than that craptastic roll before.
You did one-shot the guy. I mean, it's not like you were...
Yeah, it wasn't...
It's not like Bela showed up and tripped and fell
It
or
just-
something, it's just...
Yeah, I just had 9 dice, and I think the sum total on all 9 was under 20.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
So,
not that
what are we
bad.
looking... What are we looking at this time?
Well, it's gonna be bad news.
For who?
That guy.
Good.
Okay.
So, 27.
Yeah, that'll do it.
28 with the bonus.
Yeah, which you have. Describe your kill after he bashes you with his club. What's the response?
I grab his arm that just hit me, and I throw him to the ground at my feet, and then I turn this spear upside down and just doink right into the back of him.
Doink.
Well, the sound of the blade
Yeah, no, that's the sound of
squish
spear making.
and onto
Doink. Like,
onto the
like,
flagstone. Thoink.
it's like an inflatable toy spear. Or something. It's like squeak squeak. So yeah,
Oh my God.
he is soundly out of the fight, which brings us to Adam at 10.
Okay, so I've got a cudgel guy trying to make me stop living.
Or just knock you out. I mean, it's just a cudgel. Maybe it's just...
I like that you say that like it changes the context.
Yeah,
a
it's
lot.
not that bad, you guys.
I could just go for a little nap. It's fine.
Yeah. He just wants to asleep you.
That sounds really wrong. There's been all the really terrible puns in the chat. I'm just like, I've run out of like energy now. I'm just like, no, just let me die. Right, so like, how bad does it look for this guy that Reyna and I are, this dude that we're attacking? Like,
So, Knife Guy has now been slashed by swords twice by Reyna, once by you, and been stabbed by Luke. So he's getting pretty cut up.
yeah, I feel like one less guy is probably, like, or at least taking him out. My goal is the fucking keys, so like I kind of want to focus on that. I just like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna, unless
It's okay.
I don't know, I'm just like that.
I'll
Like,
do it.
Okay, just
Nobody's gonna naysay you.
Knife Guy or Cudgel Guy? Just
fine, cudgel guy.
pick one. Okay. All right, then
He did.
sling.
He took a third of my health, so I should probably take that more seriously.
All right.
By the way, like, can I have like tossed my sidearm to Ferris so that he is not just standing there? Like, I know he will use his chain for violence, but
In a
he should-
pinch.
if I can
For
if
the
I can if I can toss him the dagger that I normally eat with, then like maybe he can
for
help.
I'm just streamlining the fight. You might have noticed Bessa and the Strongboar aren't doing anything either. So Ferris is making his way around the side of the hallway to go help the Strongboar. Bessa is keeping the Strongboar from getting up and lunging into the fight. The
Sure, okay.
Strongboar is so like they're doing things. I'm just not
Yeah, no,
rolling
that's okay.
dice for it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. So that is I got 10 for that.
All right, so a 10 to hit, and what? Your base damage was a 3.
3.
All right. You respond to his bashing with a slashing, and he's opened up a wound as he tried to kind of defend himself. You've slashed him on the left arm, and he is bleeding pretty not, in a way you don't want to be. But he is still up. So let's have him return the attack, since that's kind of where the camera is right now.
I take it like trying to defend or like whatever is.
That's that would have been a modifier to your attack roll to like fight defensively. So like you're always trying to defend some. That's why you have a defense score. But yeah, trying to go extra defendy would have that chip
Yeah,
has-
no, I'm too angry to defend, I guess.
All right. So what's your combat defense?
8.
All right. He got a 12. So he hits for 1 degree of success. So 3 points of damage. So you guys are. Yeah, you guys get rid of Master 2 Lomer from chat.
Yeah, I've done it. I was already on it.
So yeah, you get bashed for another 3 points as you two are feeling each other out and doing some blocking and stuff. So no one's landing super great shots, but you're both getting a little dinged up. Which leaves the knifesman. It's gonna stay on Reyna.
Of course he is.
He doesn't like her. Maybe because of how she introduced herself. That is a 20 to hit.
Oh, that's a real attack.
So that's hitting by 9. That's a fucking lot.
Okay, so you'll be taking 6 points, and it's piercing 2, which is, I don't matters because you're not wearing armor. But so 6 points of damage.
No.
No,
No, I'm gonna take a wound.
no, I wouldn't take a wound for that. I would take an injury.
Okay, I'll take an injury, but look, you did 9 points of damage to me last time, and I have 12 hull points.
Okay, what's your endurance?
4.
Right, so take 1 injury. You have 1 health point left. You're taking a -1 on rolls.
Yeah, hit points are really your easy to recover thing.
Yeah.
The wounds are
Remember-
the hardest.
And an injury gives you a -1. A wound gives you a -1 die, and it lasts a
Right.
whole lot longer. So not a wound. So you take an injury. Describe this shallow but painful cut. Where's he get you?
He's already stabbed me in the fucking gut. I'd like to have more kids.
I mean, this is skittered along your ribs and hip, not like in. Barely counts.
Then this one, since it's an injury, he will go down. He will slash my thigh because
What are you doing?
I thought I heard somebody outside.
Okay. Just like it's good. All right. So you almost managed to deflect a strike, and you drive it down low, and it slashes into your thigh. Willis will be furious, no doubt. But that does bring us back around to the top of the next round. Luke, you are up first.
All right, I don't like Stabby Boy because he's stabbing people.
He's really good at stabbing people. I gotta turn my fan on, so I'm gonna disappear out of the camera for a sec.
Okay.
I'm going to stab him back.
Right.
Oh, am I still down 1 die? One bonus die?
One
Yeah,
one
probably.
bonus die. Yes. So like roll less, but you keep your full amount.
Oh, that's too many ones.
Oh, that's better.
Okay, I only have an 18 to attack him because of my
Okay.
ones. My explosion of ones.
Oh
And
yeah, those happen.
What's your base damage?
5. My last lowest dice was a 2.
It happens. He takes a wound, so
All
it's
right.
it's a solid shot, and he is trying to now backpedal, and narrow the number of people that can reach him in a fight, and that sort of thing. Reyna, you are up at 16.
No, he doesn't get to run away now. He's done fucked up.
There's
just
nowhere
cut
to
me
run
twice.
away. He's backpedaling in a prison. Like there's just like a wall there. He's
there's
just
nowhere
trying
to
to
go.
maneuver a bit. Yeah. So he's just doing
That's
Street
kind of what
Fighter
she
things.
snarls at him is there's nowhere to go and jumps forward. That's super awesome. It's not super awesome, just say I'm not.
Okay.
18.
And your base damage is 5?
Yeah.
All right. Describe your kill.
Oh,
Because that's his third wound.
she,
that's what
she and Luke are like fighting next to each other, but Luke's he's got the spear, so he
Yeah, Luke is about like an arm's length behind, right? Like you're kind of leading and he's a little behind. He's the second row.
like Luke stabbed him and that held him still for a moment, and then I just ducked under and then bring my sword up under his rib cage.
Okay.
Right up
That
through the
does it.
vitals.
He dies trying to stab you, right? Like it's not like an insta kill
He dies the
headshot
way
in a
he
video
lives.
game, but like he goes down gurgling and like trying to kill you.
I
He's that
spit on him.
he's that sort of guy. All right.
My final action in his life is to fucking spit in his face.
Okay. The last thing he sees is the first thing he ever masturbated to as a boy.
Yikes.
Oh my god!
There's something wrong with you.
Just had to make it weird.
I'm like an expert in you.
It's true.
Oh, honestly, I'm kind of relieved it's not me making things weird for
He's just really into Valyrians. Don't judge. This was his dying meal. All right, that brings us to Bela. I made it worse with meal. Bela, you are up at 10. There is one cutthroat left. He is bashing Adam, and Adam is slashing him with a sword.
Okay.
And
Do
Oris
not
is
fucking kill this one.
I-
Do not
Oris
kill.
is wailing under the bars near
Well-
you, and your siblings just killed the guy with the knife.
Yeah, you beat me to saying that I was not planning to kill this guy, having remembered that from a few moments ago.
Yeah.
So
The more of them that are still alive, the more we can question.
I'm going to
and
try
fight.
to bludgeon him with the non-sharp part of my weapon.
Okay.
To basically like knock him onto his ass, so
Okay.
that we could ask questions. So, do you want me to remove some bonus dice or make this harder?
Because this is just a dude that is not capable of taking injuries and wounds, I'm gonna say no. You can just kind of do it.
Okay.
So give me a roll. Let's see if you manage to like critically fumble or something.
Okay.
So of course we picked like the named guy, right?
Yeah.
Adam.
He was the one with the one with the keys was a guy. He was the guy with
All the
stats
rest were what?
Nice
a bit
guy.
more. Yeah.
So I have a 21 on the attack.
Yeah. You are able to blindside him as he's trading blows with Adam, and you're able to come in and, as much as possible in the narrow confines of the room, you're able to like spin for momentum, and then you just crack him in the head with the other end of the spear, and he drops as though poleaxed. And then, Erica, roll a d6 for me.
Sure. I will do that. I rolled a 6.
Okay. On a 1, he was going to be poleaxed in the direction of Oris, and Oris was going to murder him. But he does not. He is poleaxed and drops basically right where he falls, which ends the fight. And Oris throws himself at the bars again, yelling, "Mom!" and "Bessa!" alternately
Oris,
because
she's
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 around a
alright.
corner. She's around
She's
a corner
alright.
and he couldn't see. So, all right. And Maester Ferris is on the strongbow. He is using Adam's knife to cut a strip from a dead man's clothing and trying to delicately wind it around. The strongbow is coughing and cursing mouthfuls of blood. He looks like he will live, but the image you have is that these guys showed up and they cut 3 throats, and the strongbow just didn't die from it. So he's pretty fucked up from it, but he is not down. And once Bessa hands him off to Maester Ferris, she is looking around with the knife wide-eyed.
Bessa?
And did you get Tanner? She says, sounding very specific and worried. Because again, she's starting to move it up now so she can see where you guys are and vice versa.
Bessa, you better come here.
She comes around the corner and looks worried and relieved. And she's splotchy red. Not covered in blood, but amped up red.
See, Oris told you she's fine. See, she's right here.
And she stops in the doorway and puts a hand over her heart. She goes, "Well, who'd know the famous cunt at Gin Alley would die in a Dornish dungeon? Fuck off, Carl. Fuck off, Carl Tanner."
But do you know this man?
Carl Tanner.
One of the worst bastards in Flea Bottom he is.
Was.
So Adam's looking to Reyna there. I'm like, so they're from King's Landing.
They're from King's Landing.
Out of character name drop, Carl Tanner was the named member of the Night's Watch that got the big climactic knife fight scene against Jon Snow. So they made him up for the show. He was the legend of Gin Alley, all of a sudden out of absolutely nowhere. But I needed a cutthroat. And I thought that
a Night's Watch member? I guess that's not in character.
he's not in the Night's Watch. I'm just saying in our reality, he was only ever the legend of Gin Alley. He never joined the Night's Watch. I just needed a cutthroat, and I wanted to find a name to drop that Bessa would know if you guys didn't make the King's Landing connection yourself.
Yeah,
but
any
you
other
did.
timeline,
So,
he got caught and shipped to the wall.
Yeah.
Before.
So
yeah,
we're gonna start hauling the guy that Bela knocked out, prop him against the wall and wait for him to come round and yeah.
And Oris is looking to Bessa did they hurt you? And trying to see if he can reach one of these guys through the bars, and you could tell he's the real victim here, not the dead people, because there was a fight and his berserk ass wasn't in it, so he's not taking it well. But
I tried to let him out, but
Yeah.
All right.
So
First order of business. That guy, the named guy. Ugh. Pat him down really fast, and she just looks disgusted by it. But
I start patting him down for any missives, hidden
He's
weapons,
got a,
poisons.
he's got a coin sash underneath his tunic and stuff. Instead of a coin purse, they sell that stuff in real life that you wear to keep your it's just the way a thief is carrying his money. But there's no letter in it or anything. There's money. It's it's 3 gold dragons and an assortment of silver. He's got about.
I'm sorry. 3 gold dragons?
Yeah, that is not an insignificant amount.
That's not Gin Alley money.
He's got 4 other knives on him. It's just bristling with them. The rest of the cutthroats, similarly, they all have 1 gold dragon apiece, and no other notable coin. Like one of them is like they're like a gold dragon and 4 shaved coppers, right? Like they've got their flea bottom money, and then they've all got a gold dragon,
So
right?
how many cutthroats besides the name guy were there?
There was a total of 6.
Okay.
So
So
that's
someone paid 10 gold dragons. So what it sounds like to me.
And I have a suspicion, possibly who. But I should probably not say it here.
Let's
Maester
get some more guards down here. We have a lot. I'll have a lot of questions.
Maester Ferris will tend to some injuries fairly quickly, and the guards arrive in short time. It's just like combats are quick, right? So it feels like it takes forever to get here.
Right, now let's find out how these people got in here.
If you have an injury, you have 1 less injury. If you took health points of damage, take 1d6 of those health points off. We're just gonna fudge it a little with some healing, and keep things moving quickly in cinematic.
Oh my god, I wasn't hurt at all. This is new.
I'm still hurt, just not as bad, I guess. Less than half health, though.
Okay.
So
1d6,
a half dozen guards come clattering up. A few of them have bows. Like these are like the garrison, proper. And they got spears, they've got swords, they got daggers, they got like I said, a pair of them have bows, and they come panting down here, and they kind of clatter and rumble to a stop at the end of the hallway, and they're looking around absolutely wide-eyed. One of them is the guy that went and fetched you guys. So it looks like he immediately went and got a couple, and then a couple heard the yelling, and so they're all converging, and everyone's looking wide-eyed and worried, and they're ready to follow some orders.
All right, I would like to find out how these men got into Wyvern's Rest before you rest tonight.
So what's being done to unconscious guy? I know he got dragged off to one side.
Adam's trying to slap him awake.
Okay. It's not gonna work in time, because as you're starting to wake him up, and the guards are hurriedly, checking on the downed guys, and Lady Bessa is throwing herself at Crakehall and almost reopening his throat by hugging him and thanking him, and you guys are getting all patched up. You guys hear horns. The horns. Horns of warning, attack, impending assault, etc., etc. And
I'm gonna yell, "Get this guy in irons!" and I'm gonna head upstairs.
I was just about to
I'm sorry. I mean, it makes sense, right?
Well, neither of y'all are in charge, so.
Of course, it's just every action I've wanted to do, someone has done before me, and I'm a little frustrated. We definitely need to get him locked up, where Oris can't reach him, ideally.
Speaking of Oris, as there are horns outside, he stops actively trying to escape, because the fight's over and he just wanted to go kill people that try to hurt Bessa. And he doesn't say anything, but Reyna, you get a very plaintive look that is a clear, let me help. Whatever's going on, you'd rather have me out there than in here. That's the look. It's just this matter-of-fact stare of, fucking open this thing.
Did Adam get the keys?
Yeah, Adam's got the keys. He was able to pick them up after the guy went down.
I would presume Adam's still in the room, so is noticing that look and is probably joining with a similar look of right, we were already going to leave tonight. Sir Alistair is probably asleep. He's not going to know that he was ever
let him
gone.
out. I don't care if Sir Alistair knows. This is not his castle. This is not his home. This is not his.
That's fine. I thought you might be convincing, but this is better. So Absolutely
cell-
not ignored.
You thought
The
I
cell-
needed convincing.
the cell is opened, and you have added an Oris to your equipment list. Uh,
Do you,
I
do you
hand
need a
in my
weapon?
sword and I walk
Yeah.
away.
okay, you do what to your sword?
I just hand it over to Oris.
Okay.
I was
So
going to get
you're
my
gonna
hammer, but,
you're gonna
That's all
go
I had to give
upstairs.
him.
Okay. Everybody stop for just a second. Okay.
I did.
Okay. Before you disarm yourself, remember that that's your sword, and B, a half dozen guards just showed up that I described as heavily equipped.
Oh, okay.
So, real quick, before you all go upstairs, you have started to go upstairs and out and see what's going on. Is anybody grabbing weapons from these guards, like on your way?
I'm
Some
grabbing
of
a
them.
shield.
Okay, you are able to add a shield. Okay, modify your
will.
stats as needed.
Also grab a shield, and I'd like to grab like at least an armored, like a cuirass or something
Okay.
quick I can put on.
That's not going to be quick because
Okay.
they're like wearing breastplates, and
Okay.
it
They
would
would have to
require
take them
them
off.
taking it off, and you put like that's going to be a little slower.
Okay, that's fine.
Adam, do you want to grab a bow and some arrows off the guardsmen that
Mm,
just showed up, or
yeah.
anybody else grabbing shields? Like I said, they're available. Oris will just take Adam's sword, probably.
Yeah, I'll give him my
That
sword.
would be, I think, better to have Adam lose his sword than Reyna. I think is just a little
Yeah.
less of specialty there.
But-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys take a few moments to unlock Oris, swap some gear around real quick, and you rush out front. And then we're going to do a frozen kind of camera drone sweep in one long shot. And then we're going to take our break. And when we come back, you guys are going to do some stuff. So, as you rush out into the courtyard, right, you go up a few flights of stairs, like a flight, and you get into the courtyard. You see one of the horns dies in the middle of a doot doot, right? It's the big burr burr, and then it turns into blah 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 blah. And one of your garrison falls from the ramparts, which draws your eye. You see dozens of men on top of the walls in the process of going up and over from an assortment of grappling hooks. And they are in scuffed black leathers, little bits of chain here and there, kind of D&D studded leather type of stuff. And they tend to be wearing, you know, it's clearly not a uniform, but they all just kind of look like cutthroats and criminals and scum, right? So there's that. And they are coming up onto the walls. Excuse me. Atop the wall, as you're glancing in this long kind of camera shot, right, up there on the ramparts, you are caught by a flash of color, and it is the fine silken gown of Elena Westerling, all dressed up for Grandpa Makar's name day, who is standing hand in hand with Sir Robert Frey the Red Feather, who is pushing her behind him as he draws his sword. It looks like the young couple that just found out they're betrothed were going for a nice walk someplace with a bit of privacy, and they are up there. They could be, they might need to be protected. They might be able to help. That's what's going on. So scene one is on the ramparts, dozens of criminal scum, some with crossbows, some with swords, all of them with at least knife, short sword type of things, right? And with the Red Feather and Elena Westerling atop the walls. Scene one. Scene two. There's a thoom at the main gate, and you hear the the crossbeam breaking as it is being pummeled open. Out of character, because we're doing a kind of cinematic camera zoom. There's over 100 men at the front gate in armor, all wearing at least ring mail or the like. And as our camera swoops low across them, you see that all of their shields are wrapped in leather, the way you might to travel with a shield. But all their shields are wrapped and covered. Their sigils are covered, which would also muffle noise and help in stealth. So whoever it is, they're making at least a token effort of not. They're not wearing tabards, right? They're not clearly showing who they are. But there is a group of over 100 men smashing at the front door, which will break open any cinematic moment. And then, at the front gate, just inside of it, as you're hearing the crossbeam splinter, there is a flash of light as standing in the doorway, rallying nearby troopers, stands Lord Edric Dane, the Sword of the Morning, with Dawn. He may have just been crossing the courtyard to go to bed, but he will be assisting at the gate. And then the third problem is spilling into your courtyard right now. There was no battering, no bashing, no breaking. Spilling in through a wide open side gate are dozens of men, armed and armored, wearing ring mail and the like. These ones, much like the men that you can't quite see in character, but the guys up front, these are soldiers. These are men at arms, right? These are fighting men that are equipped and armed, but they're not wearing tabards. They're bearing no colors, and their shields are wrapped. Their weapons are wrapped in cloth to be quieter, right? They're muffled and sneaky, but these are fighting men, and it looks like about 50 of them are rushing through this open side gate. Near there, you see your handmaiden Philea, you see Sir Davin Lannister, and you see the Night's Watch volunteers answering the cry.
It's not the best army, but I'll take it.
They're right near the stables. That's where that side gate is. And you see some of them are running out with like pitchforks and a wood cutting axe and the stuff that they could find in the stables, or like they're traveling with a wood cutting axe because they're on the road a long time, a spade, and so they have tool weapons. But yeah, the handful of Night's Watch recruits appear to be repaying your salt and bread, along with Sir Davin Lannister and your handmaiden Philea by the mysteriously opened side gate. When we get back, the 4 Nymaryen siblings are going to divide up between those 3 scenes, and we're going to handle one scene at a time instead of the combat bouncing all over in kind of a mess. Also happening all around you are the guards of some of your guests, the Nymaryen garrison. I just didn't want to rhyme it. The Nymaryen garrison is starting to gather. Your other troops are pouring out of barracks. So there's going to be some opportunity for some warfare leadership stuff to organize, and then also some person-on-person combat that will heavily and out of proportion influence each fight in kind of cinematic fashion, right? Like in Braveheart, when William Wallace kicks ass, the Scottish are winning the fight. When William Wallace gets hurt, the Scottish lose, right? It's going to be that type of thing. So we're going to not quite use the mass combat rules, but how you lot fare in the fight, the rallying forces will fare.
Understood.
And you're going to have to split up. But before that, we're going to take our break.
Thank
So
God.
let's go pee, let's go hydrate, let's go grab a snack, and let's be back in a couple minutes, everybody.
Bye.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I know it's just been kind of a filler episode and nothing very exciting is happening, but thanks for sticking with us through the break, and hopefully we'll get through this like long, boring conversation when now that we're back. So when we left off, Wyvern Dressed was under assault by a couple hundred dudes, some of them skulky criminal cutthroat types that had already sent a half dozen men to the dungeons to kidnap Oris, which is probably not enough guys, just period, anyway, for most of the NPCs that hang out with you lot. But especially not for Oris when they threatened Bessa of Fleabottom.
Well, and then they ran into Bessa and Crick Hall. So
Yes, which is
bad day for those guys.
Yeah. So you've got cutthroats up on the ramparts looking to establish a toehold for crossbowmen. You've got an assortment of men-at-arms rushing in through a mysteriously open side gate, and you've got the front gate currently being battered open. And this is all partially exacerbated by damage from the storm. Right? Like there's a few spots in Wyvern's Rest where like the roof has been torn up by today's storm. And the storm is raging now, which is partially probably how these guys got so close, because you often call scouts in a little bit closer in bad weather. Like they've got spots that they go in bad weather nearby, but also a storm's gonna handle some visibility issues and all that. But like the front gate has been damaged by the storm, and it's not, you don't have your full fucking defenses going right now, right? You've got the gate closed and the bar down, but you don't have like a drawbridge up and the portcullis down and the right. So it's a mixture of storm damage and timing and just pure bloody awful surprise. So heir to Wyvern's Rest, whose home is besieged. What are we doing here?
All right. I want, we already. Adam and Luke on the wall. To the wall. Bail it to that gate, and I'll go to Nid. And then,
Right.
like, break!
Okay.
I am gonna snag any page, servant, person, runner, somebody like that to send to make sure that all the children are safely ensconced in an interior place.
Yeah. People are running. In the courtyard, like people were scurrying clearly to go places and lock down, and yeah.
Do we have like an inner keep in the castle walls that can be locked down? I assume that's like pretty standard.
Just kind of like the castle, right?
Yeah.
It is the whole kind of thing.
Right.
But
Well then,
but yeah, no one's, like I said, I promise I'm not like, no one's forgetting the children or whatever. Like, nobody asked which of the fights your children were in, right? Yeah.
Oh.
So
yeah, like we need to scramble
Yeah.
the archers to the sky.
scramble the jets. But yeah, so people, like I said, troops are forming. That's going to all happen based on how some things go in the fights. So
Right.
let's do it this way. Chat, which of the three scenes are we doing first? Ramparts, side gate, or front gate? So the first person that's not a player to answer in chat gets to choose. I don't want players to be like, I think you should do the fight on the ramparts, and also Robert is handsome. Like, this is...
Well, that player would be accurate, whoever it was.
Oh, all right, we are going side gate first. So we are kicking off with Bela, Valyrian steel in hand, rushing to this sudden Achilles tendon of security. So what I'm going to do is PC goes first, and then NPCs actively attacking the PC go, and then narrating how the fight itself is going. Is that making sense to everybody? So
Yeah.
I'm just going to give player characters initiative. Bad guys will respond as appropriate. And then we're going to show what else is happening nearby. So you can always just attack, right, as a sort of default. If anybody wants to really focus on organizing NPCs and calling the assembling garrison your way and form a shield wall and art, like if you want to really work on making the NPCs do it instead of you, you can, and that'll change what we're rolling. But if you'd rather just do a murder while on the side you are also presumably rallying people to you, that is also allowed.
Yeah.
It's kind of whichever you
I'm-
would prefer to do.
Yeah. I think I'm going to ask just a small clarifying question because a lot of this is going to be cinematic. I'm
Yes.
pretty good at both murdering and commanding people.
You are.
And of course,
How's Baylor
you don't need
doing?
to give away anything, but
Right.
is there an advantage to doing one thing over another, or can results be equally good with equally good rolls?
If you're equally good at both, and if you were to like do as good with either skill throughout, what's likely to happen is if NPCs are doing most of the fighting for you, there will be more NPC casualties. If you are throwing yourself into the thick of the fighting and motivating them with a follow me, right, then you are likely to take more damage. So it's kind of a question of,
Okay.
are you risking yourself or NPCs? And to be clear, some NPCs, your garrison stuff are potentially going to get pretty battered however this goes, because again, you're all under attack. It's a chaotic mess. But the tendency would be more, soldiers taking the heat versus more Nymaryans taking the heat
Understood.
from
Okay.
kind of round to round.
All right. I am slightly better at combat, even though I am marvelous at warfare and leadership stuff as well. So I think I'm going to start with combat and see where that gets me. So I'm going to
Alrighty.
rush into the area at the side gate with those NPCs of the
And start to stem the flow.
yeah.
All right. So Bela is covering the back end of the courtyard so that Reyna can hold the gate. Because you can't if you've got this
Yes.
coming in behind you.
Yeah.
So, all right, give me an attack roll.
All right. Whoo! I like this one. So this is like the opposite of that very first one I rolled today.
Alrighty.
Because I have 4 6s and then a 5 and then some more 5s. So 20, 30. I have a 30 on the attack roll.
Okay. To put that in perspective, you're fighting against men-at-arms that are combat defense 6. They do have some armor, though, which is actually not good for you, but better you here than somebody without piercing, right? But let's go with 11.
I think
So that'd be 5 degrees of success is what you're looking at right now. What's your base damage?
it is 7. I'm thinking that this seems like a very dire situation, and I think I would like to keep another 5 in this roll to
Okay.
get yet another.
That will be
degree of
another
success.
degree of success. Okay.
She
And
wants it
also,
to be
while I've
decisive, dramatic, and inspirational.
Yep. And while I've got you here, also, what is your combat defense?
Oh, I'm a 13 because I have no armor.
Right, because stuff's weird. So, all right.
Yeah,
So your total then is a 35
that's
to
correct.
hit. Is that correct? Okay. So spent in a destiny point, and rushing in, you then have like 6 degrees of success. Would be 35 damage, which would be 30 damage, but you got piercing. So, it's up to 31. let's go.
Dice.
All right. You are
Nymaryen colored dice.
able to. Yeah, they're cool. Like the deep purple-ish.
With,
Yeah, it's
with
cool.
red dots.
On my screen, they look very deep
Very
blue.
purple. Yeah,
Oh.
they're darker than that.
Sorry.
It's just this light.
Mine they're like red with gold.
Oh yeah, I like those too.
And I've just thrown them everywhere, so.
I remember when you got them.
Fuck me, I guess.
Under this light, it's a little better.
So Bela, you are able to rush in, and you personally kill like 3 of these attacking men-at-arms types. They're getting jostled from behind. They're trying to kind of form up. Davin Lannister is standing there with like 3 Night's Watchmen on either side, trying to form a wall. Falea's behind him, knife in hand, when Bela comes rushing up and just dives into the line in the middle of the Night's Watchmen, right next to Davin, and you drop a couple pretty good, but you are then front and center to be attacked. So, wading out of this melee, this mess of troops, is somebody in heavier armor that comes at you. He's got a sword and a shield, and comes at you in standard northern knightly attack fashion, and swings at you with an 18, which is going to be 2 degrees of success.
Are we talking like northern as in north of Dorne, or are we talking capital N northern?
North of Dorne. North to you guys.
Everybody's a northerner.
Yeah, I kind of separate it into capital N northern and small N.
So, FYI, a destiny point would drop a degree of success with the roll that he got. You would be looking at, right now, it would be 12 damage. You could make it 8.
Oh. Let's.
Or, of course, as always, there's injuries and wounds.
Wait, how did 12 drops to 8 and there was only 2 degrees of success?
Oh, right. Sorry, it would be 8 dropping to 4. I apologize. I just mathed.
Yeah.
I just gave him an extra degree because math is my strong point. But yeah, so right now you're looking at 8 damage. A destiny point would make it 4.
Let's do that so that I can start off a little better.
So you almost but not quite evade it, but he still just kind of slams into you with the mass of a big burly dude in it's statted as splint. It's the kind of cinematic plate, right? Like the breastplate and some extra crap that we kind of see in the show a lot. So he slams into you with a shoulder check that knocks you to the ground for a moment. But your attack overall was a whole lot better than his. So as you scramble to your feet, you're hearing, "For the Sand Snake! For the Sand Snake!" And Nymaryen troops are massing behind you. You're nimbly-pimbly enough that you get up without their help, but they're lining up. They're starting to mass, and you're seeing dead invaders more than, you're not seeing dead friendlies yet. So, next attack. Are you focusing on yourself, or are you falling back a little to the second or third rank and letting your men lead?
I'm gonna stay out front. I think it seems they have what I might call a champion opposite me.
Oh, we're playing League of Legends. God damn it.
Nah.
Oh, well, in that case, you all are bad, and I don't like you.
So, give me another attack roll, and in you go.
All right, here we go. Okay, we're doing all right. Let's see.
Miss my
I have-
health plate.
28 this time.
Okay. So. All right. Once again, you shoulder your way back up to the front of the press, and you start to carve space for yourself and your largely unarmored Night's Watchman, and you're able to like stem the flow enough. A couple of the Night's Watchmen fall, and then are dragged backwards by their brother recruits as Nymaryen garrison folk are now forming the front line alongside you. Sir Davin is staying put and doing his own hacking and slashing. Philea is nowhere to be seen. He seems to have made a beeline for the back row as soon as anyone else arrived. Um, and yeah, so some more progress and some more, uh, you know, holding the line pretty well. And then your opponent attacks again, and this time is looking at a 21 against you.
So that's
So
a second degree of
yeah,
success.
so that's going to be 8 points of damage.
Okay. I have to take one of them as an injury.
Okay, so the injury, as a reminder for viewers, lets you reduce the incoming damage by your endurance score.
I have endurance 4, so my endurance is the same as the base damage, so
So
kind of makes it interesting.
yeah, so you're able to again mostly block the attack, but this time you parry it on your spear, and then he just runs the sword down the length of the spear, and you're barely able to like pull back and away, but he does tag you on kind of the back of the hand and wrist faster than you can withdraw. But overall, you do definitely have the feeling that, especially as these Nymaryen troops are kind of forming and fighting back, this isn't what they expected to run into, right? You could tell because the back rows, it's almost turning into like happens in, uh, you know, actual riots or whatever, where the guys in front are now being off balance because the guys in back, somebody like outside the gate is like, everybody in, run, run, run. And they're like supposed to be rushing across a courtyard and shit. And instead, just inside, they're having to fight. So they're getting jostled by the guys coming in behind them. And it's a much more organized and violent response than they were expecting. So it looks like you're largely stemming the tide. So the third kind of cinematic jump cut round of Bela fighting. Get to it. Give me
Alright.
are you attacking, or are you falling back a little and using your troops more?
We're
Because
gonna
you can do it round to round.
Okay.
You can.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going myself. Hopefully we can start maybe pushing back a little bit with this round and maybe see about closing the gate in the future.
Okay. So Bela continues to lead the fighting herself.
Medium good result this time. I mean, it's good, but I've done better, of course. 24.
All right, so losing a couple points off that first pretty great roll, and now you're just into really good roll territory, which
Yes.
is good enough for some people, I guess. But yeah, so you are able to continue the pressure and doing pretty well. And let's do their counter attack. His dice are not as hot this time, which I'm sure you're disappointed about and worried for him.
It happens.
That is a 14.
Okay.
You are looking at taking 4 points. A destiny point to make him drop a die would make him miss.
It'd be my last destiny point. Um, but let's keep me with the advantage here, and I will use that destiny point.
All right, so you're able to completely avoid this strike as you are getting your feet under you, etc., etc. Retaking the initiative. They're definitely now getting jammed up from behind, and you're able to advance several steps with these Nymaryen troops behind you, and Davin Lannister is yelling, "Hear me roar," and keeping up with you the best because he's not in a shield wall. The rest of them are. But they're kind of methodically stepping forward, but you guys are now stepping on the bodies of invaders and are able to push forward pretty well. So, again, keeping the advantage, round 4. Gonna continue leading personally?
Yes. Yeah.
Alrighty.
It's the same result again.
24?
Yeah.
Or 26? Whatever.
10, 24. Yeah.
24. Okay. All right. And then let's do the abstract attack back. All right. Now you're looking at an 18, which would be 2 degrees success.
And there's nothing I can do at this point.
Yeah.
I'm out of points.
All right. So you're looking at 8 points of damage as he kind of braces.
Okay. That will be 2 injuries.
All right. So you get a sword hilt in the face and then a shield bash that sends you reeling backwards. You do still feel like you got the better of the exchange this round because you are consistently rolling above his stuff. 12. And all right, so round 5, get him.
Let's keep pressing forward. We have to fight to the gate to be able to close it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is not going to be a good roll at all.
Uh-oh.
Crap. I bumped one. I have a 16.
16. All right. I'm going to go ahead and roll his. Oh, okay.
Does he accumulate penalties or anything at all throughout this?
No, I've just been, it's, again, kind of abstract. He's rolling like he is, though.
Okay.
This guy just got a 10.
Oh.
like he's keeping a 1. Like he was, so, it was a 16, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're losing a little bit of momentum with not a great roll. But he rolled worse. So it's just keeping up the momentum of the last few rounds. Also, somebody just flipped the throne. Who wants to do that destiny point that's sitting the Iron Throne on our Twitch display?
No, that was me earlier. I thought I was helping somebody else get it.
I think you just
You
flipped
just got it
now.
again.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. I've got 2 DPs.
What you doing with that destiny point?
I will give one to Bela, but I'm sitting on one for myself.
Thank you.
Okay. So there's
Or
one
if
you
something
still haven't.
Brenda's-
Yeah, you've still got one in your pocket that you have not assigned, but Bela gets one.
I got to rhyme in the chat, so.
All right. So as you guys continue to advance, you are joined. You hear the hear me roar from Davin Lannister trying to keep up, and he's kind of in your wake. So like if you spin and jab a guy to knock him backwards off balance and then advance, Davin rushes over and gets the kill, right? Like he's kind of traveling in your wake, watching your back, letting you keep, moving. And you hear his "Hear me roar," and then you guys hear, the guards behind you are
Great.
doing a kind of call and respond for House Nymaryen, in that they're yelling in turn, "Old blood, eternal flame," and like advancing in ranks as a spear wall, and men are massing, and then you
Those
now
are our
hear
boys.
also on your flank, uh, Stonewall, as Lord Garrus
Yes.
Yes.
has arrived with a half dozen of his guys, and they're starting to form up, and you guys are definitely making some headway at this point. So, round 6. Let's see if you can keep it going.
Yeah.
You're up.
Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Okay, that's a return to form.
There we go.
Okay. 25.
Nice. And let's see how that compares to his attack. All right. He didn't roll as bad as last time.
Okay.
He is looking at, still not great, a 16. So you're looking at 4 points of damage. If you were to... Destiny Point would not help.
Okay.
He would still hit you.
All right. Well, then injury it is. My final injury.
All right. So he hits you with a front kick and kind of cinematic, just this armored leg with armored, boot lashes out, and it catches you in the knee as you're doing some of your more kind of acrobatic, I'm not wearing any armor, Dornish fighting. He snaps this front kick, and it feels like you're stepping forward and kicking and trying to spin, and it feels like you just slammed into a piece of furniture, right? Like it's that same sort of like he's just like checks your momentum, and it sucks and it hurts and it throws you off balance, but you did still definitely get the better of that exchange, and you are able to recover, not be like knocked down by him outmassing you. And a couple more of his guys are dying. So let's do round 6.
Okay. Come on. Let's finish this one. Eek.
82.
No. Unfortunately, I won't be like that.
Ah.
17.
All right. That still beat his roll. His dice were not cool to him again. He got a 12. So that's another full degree of success over him, and he didn't even hit you. So you're feeling like the gate is within reach. You know that you are close to it. It's right there. One more good push, and you think you got it.
All right. I give. I join in the chants from the troops behind me, and press forward again, looking to get them out of Wyvern's Rest.
Right.
23.
Okay.
Come on.
You beat him by a full degree of success again. So, you are able to continue pushing him back, harassing him with the superior reach of your spear, and slashing away at him. And in the final few thrusts, you're able to start to tag the joints in his armor, and he is bleeding and staggering. And Sir David is able to come up and just shoulder check him. And Sir David's not wearing like armor. He's got like the quilted, he just was wearing that sort of jacket type of thing. So he's not like super bulked up, but he is more weight than you. And as you're twisting your spear and pulling it free, so this guy's bleeding even worse, Davin bashes him back, and you're able to reach and grab one side of the gate, and Lord Garrus, grabs the other side, and a couple of Nymaryen spears get whipped through the doorway to like knock people back, and you are able to slam it shut, and hold. So that was, by my count, 8 rounds.
That sounds pretty good
which
to me.
doesn't matter. It's all in the fuzzy, but I was just like, Bela has set the record. She set the bar. So let's see how long it takes other people to
Good luck.
clean up their stuff.
Thanks.
So there is that. And very nice work, by the way. Bela, you recover a destiny point.
Oh, thank you.
For succeeding and hitting that break point in the narrative.
Hopefully
And so,
that helps out in the center of our courtyard.
So now let's go to the ramparts, which was our second call from chat. Chat gets to decide. So it looks like we're saving the main gate for last. So we've got Adam and Luke rushing up the stairs to the ramparts, and looking to clear them. Let's have just each of you roll a d6 right now, and this will determine which of you is going to go first each round. And we'll just do it to keep it simple.
1.
All right, so Luke is going to be up first. So same kind of deal with Bela. Every round you can either kind of personally fight and sideways lead the troops, or you can focus on rallying troops and secondarily fight. So it's the difference between Adam shooting kind of cinematically multiple arrows at individual targets on his own, or Adam rallying some archers and everybody firing a volley. In the end, the result is arrows hitting bad guys and things happen, right? But it's just kind of up to you how much you want to be leading versus doing. That making sense? So,
Yeah.
Luke, on the first round,
Luke,
leading or doing?
he's gonna lead because he's
All right.
doing. I'm sorry, he's doing.
Oh, doing. Okay,
It's the wrong thing.
sure.
He's pretty pissed off because you guys are attacking him in his ancestral home.
Yeah.
And he's a little concerned about his wife and child and the other kids, but they're also in pretty good hands. So he is going to charge up these ramparts and start taking guys down before they can get over the wall.
All right. And some of them are already up here.
They will die
they're
first.
kind of down that way, and you're just kind of running along the ramparts and killing dudes. So.
And there were
Give me an
2
attack.
people up there as well. It was
Yeah,
who
and
was up
there's a handful of guardsmen up there, garrison guys up there, but the named NPCs that were up top were Sir Robert Frey and his new betrothed, Elena Westerling. And he has so far been able to keep her behind him, and he's fighting defensively and like giving ground. He's not in his exceptional comfort zone up here without a bow, but it looks like the 2 of them are as of yet unharmed.
Once I get the ramparts, I'm going to try to take the pressure off him. So.
Yeah. So, all right, give me your attack roll. Did you grab a sword or a spear? I have forgotten.
I have the spear from the guard with me, not my castle forged one, but a generic
got
one.
a spear. And did you grab a shield or?
I did have a shield, yeah.
Okay, so that was. I remembered you grabbed something from one of the guards. So,
I grabbed a shield off a guy, and
so all right, give me an attack roll.
attack roll incoming. That is 4 6s and a 5. 24 plus the 5 is a 29.
Looking up all the good rolls there. Stop it.
All right.
I'm very angry. My wife and child are here.
So,
You guys don't know what that's like.
it's true. I mean, none of you have wives.
Hello.
I was gonna say it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it counts. In the eyes of the seven and the laws of man and stuff.
Oh, you don't need.
It's-
Okay.
So, that is a solid 2 degrees of success over him. Real quick though, but we're starting. What's your combat defense and your base damage?
Combat defense is 15. Base damage is 5.
So there's that. You have been hit with a 17, which is just going to be base damage.
Okay.
You are looking at 4 points. So
Alright.
4 points damage. A destiny point would not help.
Yeah, I do have
still
padded
connect.
armor on. I assume that's kind of like the base Luke would wear. So,
Quilted doublet type of
yeah,
thing.
just like under his normal clothes. So 3, I will take that in hit points.
All right. In the abstract, you are able to come rushing up, and you start to you're able to get like 2 kills on your way next to Robert Frey, and then you're able to kind of guard one side of him, which frees him up a bit more, and he's got someone watching his back, so that's already not bad. Adam, what are you doing?
Right. I think I am going to make use of my excellent bow stats. I think.
All right, so gonna be doing instead of leading. Start.
I feel like I should be leading though. Sorry.
You can go back and forth from round to round, so just
Okay, sure.
it's okay.
Yeah, I think I'll start with like immediately doing as like seeing Robert and Elena are up there, need to protect them. So yeah, definitely
All right.
firing it first.
So you get to the ramparts and you start taking some shots. So give me an archery roll with your marksmanship of 8,000 and your dice and all
It's
that.
not quite that high. I just need to quickly check because like that might also be out of date in my combat thing. Marksmanship. Okay. +1. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought it was. So I think it is up to date.
Alrighty, sling them.
I'm getting there. Right. That's one. Okay. It's not. Okay. So. +1. Right. Okay. So 10. 7. Okay, that is 20 total, and in case it's relevant, bypassing 1 armor resistance up to 100 yard complete penalty.
So piercing 1. No problem there. What is your combat defense?
8.
Right. And what is your base damage?
4.
Let's get that. Let's get these guys. All right. So a couple of their crossbowmen that were some of the first up and over the wall are taking shots in your direction, and you've got hit by a glancing blow for 4 points. So just base damage on that, luckily. But you do.
It's not lucky because I only have 4 health, so I'm gonna need to take.
So an injury will absorb it.
My endurance
most
is
of
only 3, so it'll only take 3 off it.
Right, so you'll take a point. But you are getting the better of the exchange as you start to kind of target the crossbowmen first. The ones that are getting settled in and getting ready to start shooting. you are able to disrupt them, and you're putting rounds downrange and making some progress. So both of you guys have gotten some close calls or some damage on you, but you're definitely holding out up here. So, Luke, second round, gonna continue doing or going to be doing some leading?
I'm going to continue take as many
Alrighty.
guys out as I can.
All right, give me a murder roll.
That's what I'm good at. All right, let's see. A lot less sixes. I don't like that. All right, got a 10, 18, 22 altogether.
Okay, that's not terrible. These guys missed you completely on the counter, so that's not a great roll. Yeah, you're able to kill a couple, and you
I
hear
am
the
hopping
footsteps.
over guys, stabbing them, knocking them over the edge.
And you do hear the clatter of Nymaryen troops now following the Nymaryen boys up the stairs and helping out on the ramparts. So there's the beginning of some forces massing with you guys. So Adam, going to continue kind of personally shooting or going to start organizing some troops?
I'm gonna start rallying, I think.
Okay.
So-
Give me a warfare roll.
Oh, maybe I don't do that. Because my warfare is 2. I would rather be being useful individually. Sorry, I did not.
Okay,
think
you're not going to be rolling against the same difficulty, and you do seem awful worried about your health. So the leading would be the safer option.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's up to you. I mean, individual
Alright.
shooting, you're going to get more done, but you're at personal risk. Leading, you might do less, but you're not going to individually be attacked.
I've rolled
Like
5.
that's the trade-off. Okay. So you're doing it that way. We got that. All right. You're in luck. It's a couple of archers that are some of the first on scene, which just makes sense. They're not toting around big old spears and shields and stuff. Jesus.
I guess it's just time for
Man.
the wild cards to.
Erica, you're not you with when you're hungry. Get a Snickers in there.
Yeah, get a Snickers.
Jeez.
Guess I need another break.
Man, growling Tommy. So yeah, you're able to start organizing a couple of archers, and they're starting to toss volleys downrange. I'm also suddenly getting an echo from you and only you, Ash. Did you change a sound setting or something?
I did. I picked up the book.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. All right.
Well, you should know never to do that.
So, okay, Luke, you are up.
Continuing, we're going to secure these ramparts one way or the other, mostly via spear.
All right.
This roll is so poor. I'd like to re-roll it with my ability I have.
All right. So using Bloody Lucky.
Yep. There's a lot of 2s and 3s, and I don't like that.
No. Remember, you've got to use the reroll because you
I
did it when
know.
you weren't injured. And also, hi, good to see you, Sarah. Thanks for coming by. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat because I'm running a billion fights. And because I'm bad at keeping up on chat.
All right, 24.
All right, a 24 will be opposed by... that's pretty okay. Opposed by a 23. So, you are hit for 8 and make less progress than you would have liked.
Okay. If
but
I spend
you,
a destiny point and they drop a die, would it make a difference?
It would. You.
I think this is a good use of my only destiny point.
All right, so you take 4 instead of 8.
Okay.
But yeah, still not tremendous progress. And you're able to kill a couple more cutthroats. and then out of the mass of these ragged killers
Oh.
on the walls
Boss music.
does come a rather burly fellow in heavier armor. Uh, his shield is wrapped in leathers, but it kind of catches you off guard because you're fighting dudes with like knives
Yeah.
and you know, I don't want to say makeshift blades, but not men at arms, right? Not warriors.
Yeah.
And then suddenly a dude shield bashes you and is swinging at you with the long sword, and he's all gauntleted up and helmeted, and
As I kind of get my senses out, I look at him and say, "What cunt are you?"
he does not respond except with a
Oh.
slash.
Well, okay.
So Adam, what you up to on round 3?
I'm going to do some more leading. That's probably a bad idea.
All right. So get your roll in, and you are able to mass up with this group of archers, and they're starting to do just organized volleys into these disorganized skirmishy troops who are ill-equipped for such things. So what's our roll looking like
23.
on warfare?
No, I was leading.
Right.
He did the same thing I did. Lead. He went rush in ahead of everybody
Okay.
you do.
So
I mean, this is why I said lead the first time too. I made the same mistake mentally.
so are you personally shooting, or are you leading troops?
Personally
Okay.
shooting, I rolled my marksmanship.
Okay, so
That was my exact thought process too, Ash. The first time I got asked it. So
I was filing the other thing is rallying, which I'm
yeah. Lead. Yeah, well, rush in there is the head guy, but that's not what Rusty meant. Yeah.
all right. And what was your total? 22?
23.
23. All right. So your troops are left to fall into their own rhythm as they continue shooting, and you start lining up individual shots of your own and drop a couple of bad guys. One of them falls backwards off the ramparts, one falls forward, and one just falls, slumps against the ramparts, and slumps down with a shaft in his belly. And you're able to start getting some kills in. And you are then, though, attacked back with a 15, which is going to be 2 degrees of success. You're looking at 8 points of damage.
Yeah, no. Does a destiny point help?
A destiny point. Excuse me. A destiny point would make it 4 points of damage instead. You would get a degree of success.
I would still be taking an injury anyway, wouldn't I? Yeah. But I would be taking less injuries. Yes. Yeah. I'll spend that destiny point that Felicia gave me.
All right. So you're.
And then I'm taking an injury so that it's only 1 point of damage.
All right. So you're able to almost get out of the way of a return shot, but this one digs low across your thigh, and it's the crossbow bolt leaves a cut instead of a stab, but it just tears a chunk out and then thunks against the stones near you. So not as bad as it could have been, but turns out getting shot with arrows and things does not feel good.
Well, if you healed me properly, I wouldn't be so worried.
So, Luke, next up, gonna continue stabbing or gonna start leading some troops? With warfaring troops.
I got a big guy here. There's a lot of Nymaryen troops coming up. How about I do a smart thing and I let them rush this guy? You know, I'm tired of fighting guys in armor without armor on.
All right. So give me a warfare roll.
But you're
I've got
so
a bonus die
experienced.
in command. Well, this is why I don't do this. I got a 5.
All right.
I rolled 2 1s and a 4.
You fall back for a moment, and that's enough time. Elena Westerling finds a gap in the oncoming troops and makes her way like halfway down the stairs, which is out of line of sight of the enemy crossbowmen at least. And Robert Frey uh, is able to grab a bow from one of these killers that you have dropped, and it's a crossbow, so that is favorite. But he does still have a decent marksmanship sword, so he's able to start putting some shots downrange as you get a couple of Nymaryen spearmen kind of holding a line in front of you. And then Adam is up. So individual shots or rallying troops.
I'm planning on alternating, so going to be rallying this time.
Okay, give me a warfare roll.
It's 5 again.
All right. Once again, you're getting these troops organized and kind of telling them where to shoot and when. So you guys are able to send these kind of ragged volleys of. You've now got about 6 guys near you, and they're just like stop when you say to and start shooting. So you're not quite neatly rowed up as though when you were leading 100 men in a proper battle, but you do have guys shooting all together at the same couple of targets. Progress is being made.
I mean, I'm trying to, I guess, have them move slightly after each volley so that it's harder for them to get hit.
Yeah, you know what to do, and they are doing it. So, not quite as devastatingly effective as individually calling your shots, but progress is being made. So Luke, you are up then.
Okay. Now that I have a moment to catch my breath, not in a mechanical sense, but just in flavor sense, I'm gonna rush back in towards the armored opponent and attack him.
All right, give me a fighting roll with appropriate dice and stuff, not like
Yeah. All right. Oh, there we go. Got a 25.
You can use catch your breath at any time. It's a combat.
Yeah, it's a regular catch your breath. To answer the question, that what the CYB was. It's a regular combat action instead of attacking or doing something else. You can do it, but it will mean not accomplishing anything, and it will mean the troops around you are also not going to be as effective that round because what's getting done is based on.
Yeah, it's just because I'm on 2 of 3 injuries. There's only so many I can take before I start being like minus to things. So
I'm not arguing not to do it. I'm just letting you know that it would mean less bad guys dropping, right? So what was your total, Luke?
25.
25. All right. You are hit with a 20 in return.
Okay.
So that's going to be 8 points of damage. But that is a solid roll on your part. You're able to kill a handful of his cutthroats and then slash at his shield a few times and batter him back a few steps.
All right. I'm going to need to take 1 injury to reduce this to keep me on my feet. So.
All right. Getting a little bloody. Which brings us to Adam for this 5th round of.
That was a bit quicker than I was expecting there.
Rampart clearing action.
Yeah, so I figure I should temporarily be out of the fight to do catch my breath to heal myself up.
All right.
Before I end up being taken out permanently.
Okay. Make the catch your breath roll.
So we're doing this preemptively. That is 14.
All right, and
it's a difficulty 0 endurance testing for every degree of success.
Right, So, if you've got a destiny point, you might be able to push yourself up past that 15 threshold. I don't know if you.
I'm only rolling 3 dice. So,
okay, I didn't remember if you were, if you had bonus. So
I don't. I don't have any bonuses to keep, so there's nothing I can do there.
So, all right, you get back a couple of health. So, cinematically, what's happening is for a moment, the guys are kind of taking it easy as some bundles of arrows are being delivered.
Yeah,
so,
I was gonna abstract it as like obtaining more arrows, but isn't it like if it's a 0 difficulty, isn't that 4 points I get back for 0, 3, 6, 9, 12?
It's every 5 points. So it's 0, 5, 10.
5. Sorry, 5, 10.
Yeah.
Oh, right, 3. Okay.
Yeah, so you get back your 3 health. And yeah, this is, a bit of a lull in the shooting because these guys were just walking around with their quivers of like 8 shots on them. So some people are arriving with extra quivers and stuff, and bundles of arrows, and they're starting to get a little better organized. And also up front, as Robert Frey sends a couple more shots downrange, uh, you are joined by the Master at Arms of Wyvern's Rest on the wall as the strong cider appears in his burly self, and he has ringmail and a shield, and is swinging a fighting axe, and is just cheerfully hewing into foes near you suddenly, Luke, and buying more room for the archers behind you lot. So, yes, your own personal Fossaway has arrived and is helping clear the ramparts as you lot are continuing to make progress. So, Luke, you are up next round.
I'm going to continue my attack on this guy who is she's elite in these assholes.
All right.
Let's see. Do I want to do anything fancy? No, we're just going to go straight on and attack him.
Get him. Get him.
There we go. There's my 6s. 26 altogether.
Nice. He comes back at you with a 17, so that's going to be 4 points of damage that you are looking at. And a destiny point would still be a 15, which is enough to hit for the same. So, weird dice on his part. But you are definitely doing more than he is. So, he has slashed at you and is fighting back, definitely. But you're able again to take out a couple more cutthroats, and you're just kind of taking breaks in the middle of this fight as one guy like pops up on the ramparts. You stab at the guy and then just like smash a climber in the face.
Yeah, I kind of
Right
like
in the
knocking people off fences with the backing of the spears. I attack this guy.
Yeah, so you're multitasking. So
off of ladders. I don't know why I said fences.
No, they're using muffled grappling hooks. They've got grappling hooks wrapped in cloth or leather, and then they're climbing up manually.
Fuck a bunch of honorless scum.
Right?
Only if you take them alive.
Bunch of no good honorless dogs.
Which brings us to Adam. Not segueing from honorless dogs, just it's Adam's turn.
I don't know. Speaking of honorless dogs, archers.
I'm going to say that this is like the second half of is forming up. So another catch your breath roll.
Okay.
So that's 12 again. So another 3 points.
Yep, 3 more points back. All right. Then you are up, Luke.
All right, let's. I don't want to take any more injuries if possible, so let's fight defensively this time.
Okay. For the record, you guys feel like maybe the job's about halfway done. If you can keep it up, you should be doing all right. So, fighting defensively is, I believe, what losing a
losing a die, and then it's +3 on defense.
Yep. All right. But gonna continue personally fighting. Sounds like.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
This is
You
where I
are
really need those sixes.
you are missed clean, for the record. But
Okay.
how well you roll will still determine, how much happens.
A flat 20 minus the 1 from the injury is 19.
19. All right. So yeah, you are able to keep the advantage on your opponent, partially because you now have the strong sider watching a flank, and he's going to town on grappling lines and largely holding the rampart near you. Uh, and you're occasionally able to lend the length of your spear to assist. But you now know that like one flank is safe, and you're able to focus on your opponent a little more and continue making some progress. A couple more cutthroats fall, and your opponent is bloodied. Adam, what are we up to this round?
Right, back to firing. I'm personally getting involved again.
Alrighty.
Now that I'm at like 8 of 9 health instead of 2. Oh my god, like 3 of those are 1s. That's terrible.
Yeah, so I rolled earlier.
Hey,
This,
I've been there today. Yeah.
I think this might be the worst archery roll I've ever done. It's
all
terrible.
right.
Right, so that is 13.
Oof. Okay.
I'm losing a 1. That is really terrible roll. Sorry.
All right. So, with fresh arrows ready to go, having caught his breath, his men are re-equipped. Adam starts shooting, and he does drop a couple of cutthroats around the sides of the ramparts. But he is shot in return with a 21.
Oh fuck.
Ouch.
Hold on. Like, I feel like there's a destiny point thing I can do to make
Yeah.
that.
You can spend a destiny point to make them drop a die, which would drop it to a 17, so they'd lose a degree of success on the shooting you, which is really just stabbing someone from far away.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Yeah, I can remove a die. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Fuck. Right. Yeah, I guess I'm doing that.
All right,
would
so
like
that
to-
knocks it to a 17. But yeah, you're looking at 8 points of damage.
Fuck. I just spent 2 rounds getting that back.
Aren't you glad?
Yeah.
I guess, like, can I spend another? Or no, like, yeah, I guess if I take another injury, then that reduces it.
By your endurance score, which I believe is 3.
Yeah, I get. There's nothing for it. I can. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna. Like, it sounds egregious enough. I'm gonna take a win for this.
Okay,
That would be no damage at all.
Right, what's your health at right now?
It's currently 8 of 9.
Okay. So you need to take at least an injury, right? But if you take an injury, you will still be up, and with a -1 on all rolls, and that's healable fairly quickly. If you take a wound, you're at a -1 die on things, and that stuff takes a long time.
All right, I guess, but like I'm that's gonna be my next round anyway. But right, I'll take the injury now.
Well, he's got to live. They got to live that long.
I would save wounds for when you need to take them. Is kind of how they expect the progression to go.
Yeah, okay.
So, I just don't want you knocking yourself out of the fight too early. Which brings us to the next round. So, Luke, you are up.
All right, I'm going to switch tactics, kind of acrobatically swing my spear around and actually recklessly attack this guy in front of me.
Okay. Go for it.
No, this is not the roll to do that on, but I'll take it. 26 altogether.
Okay. And the reckless lowers your defense by what?
I think it's 3 or 5. We double check.
Yeah, I just need to know what it is.
5.
Okay, so your combat defense 10 now. and he got a 21 against you.
Okay,
So
you're trading.
a destiny point would drop a degree of success. Are you doing it? Let me know before I do the math.
Yes.
Okay. That makes it then a 16 against your 10. So 8 points of damage coming at you.
Okay,
And
I
you
will definitely take an injury or two here.
are able to drop several more cutthroats and continue pushing this guy back. But yeah, he has landed a pretty palpable hit with a flurry as you left yourself exposed.
Yeah, it was a gamble. Okay.
All right, Adam, you are up.
Going to rally this time.
All right, give me a warfare roll.
Oh yes, 2 6s. That's more like it. So that's 12.
Nice. And theirs is very much not very good. So you're gonna get a couple of archers arrive and kind of flank you, and they start to give you worried looks. And then when Adam the archer does not stop despite his fresh injury, the men are rallied and continue to fire in volley. And you guys have dropped a couple more guys. Um,
Where did I even get shot? You just said I got shot, but I don't know.
gut.
Oh fucking hell!
So
That's
another.
that's
It's an injury, not it's an injury, not a wound, which means it tore your side open and glanced off your ribs, rather than penetrating and taking out your kidney or something. So it was you're able to twist with it and keep it from being a solid lethal shot. You guys feel like an awful lot of progress is being made. You're seeing a lot less whack-a-mole having to be played, and a lot more fighting guys on the ramparts is going on, where these lightly armored, just hired killers are not doing very well. So, Luke, lay it on me. You are
Luke
up.
is going to fall back for a moment and catch his breath.
Okay.
I've got men here, might as well use them.
All right. So, are you doing an actual catch your breath, or are you
I
rallying
am
the
doing
troops?
I am going to catch my breath. I'm going to roll my endurance.
All right.
Endurance roll is pretty good. 21? 21.
All right. So, get back 5 health. And Ash, you are up with Adam.
do I get a sense of like where we're at in this fight? Is there still tons of guys, or are we?
You guys are. It seems like you're doing pretty well.
Okay.
There looks like maybe there's a dozen of them left up top, if that. So you
Right.
seem to be starting to clear the ramparts and control the narrative.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'll stick with alternating, and I will fire fire myself. No, that's the wrong wording. I'll like do my own.
Do
Like,
your own
marches.
shooting. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bit. Not much better. Okay. That is 16.
Okay, that's gonna. You're able to
These dice are
land a trio of quick shots and drop 3 bad guys with them. And this time a crossbow bolt goes skittering across the rocks, or the across the rampart stones near your feet, because they really fucked up their roll. More than half their dice were ones. It was really pretty
Yikes.
impressive.
Fuck 'em.
So, all right, Luke, you are up.
All right, I'm going back in to attack guys. So I'm going to fight with my spear.
All right.
Do have some negatives to this though, so 27 before penalties, 24 altogether.
Nice. You are missed in return. That's gonna be that many guys. And Adam, you are up.
I think since I got lucky there and didn't actually get shot, I'm just gonna. I'm so tempted to just keep shooting at them, but I'm gonna do a warfare roll this time.
Okay.
Oh, that was terrible. That is 3. I should not have done that. I'm changing dice.
Okay.
These ones are cursed. Carry on.
Dice, shoot him. Hold on, I got new dice.
Um,
I rolled, so
if you can massage that to a 5,
how am I supposed to do that though?
which is possible with a destiny point, because destiny points give you bonus dice. So if you're able to roll the bonus die, and if you think it would be able to get it to a 5, just FYI, the ramparts are clear. And nobody will be able to attack back. So I don't know exactly what your dice were.
Well, that's right. They were a 2 and a 1. So,
Okay.
and I only have 2 destiny points left. I don't know if they're ever going to be refreshed again, and we still have a murder mystery. So I'm like,
Erica just got a destiny point for finishing her scene.
okay. Right. I will spend if I swear see if this comes up with like a 2 or lower, I'm going to cry. But I will spend. I'll spend a destiny point to. To try and get that up to 5.
Because if you basically need to roll a 3 or better.
A 6 it is.
It's a 1, so no. So that was wasted.
All right. Hey, Felicia, are you still sitting on a destiny point?
I am. I'm willing to give it to Adam.
Like,
Okay.
are you sure? It's okay if not.
No, do it.
Right. One more.
All right.
2. So that just limps over the edge.
All right.
Well, if they're bonus dice, they're not kept dice. So that's.
So you've got 2, 2, 1, 1. You're on 4d6. Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
3 2s and a 1, but I
Right,
do get keep. No, that still leaves it at 4 then.
Right. That makes it a 4. All right. You know what? I don't care. We're just gonna say it's enough, because if not, you're gonna take a wound. And you guys were so close. I was like, yeah, you guys are starting to turn the tide. It looks like you're doing really well. And then you were both like, I don't want to do anything that's right. But you guys were, you're 1 kill away. So I'm like, okay, that'll do it. So it's fine. Ash, it's done.
You know, I took turn the tide as midpoint, not
it was
not climax. So,
everything I rolled was garbage.
yeah, that was just an unlucky roll, and I'm not gonna. Yeah. So, it's a actually let's Adam, take a fatigue point. We'll say that's the. Yeah, we'll just say that's the. So it basically counts as an injury. It's a -1, but that'll make the difference. So pay a fatigue tax, and you are exhausted, but you are able to turn it, and the ramparts are clear. Luke and Adam both get destiny points, and now we are left with the main gate. The good news is, none of the penalties that were going to happen to whoever was at the last spot are going to happen, because both groups managed to get done in fairly okay time. It took 10 rounds to clear the ramparts, but for the record, 10 rounds was my arbitrary cutoff point for when the fight would turn somewhere else, because it would mean they still had some crossbowmen up here to complicate down there, or whatever. So, that was partially, I was like, you guys really kind of want to find us right here. So, you guys got it. That leaves Reyna to go charging and hold the main gate with some Nymaryen troopers, some being an abstract number, because it's going to kind of depend on what she does. But she is landing down there in support of Lord Edric Dane, the Sword of the Morning, wielding the legendary greatsword Dawn, and Oris the Aurochs, who is an angry boy, and he has a sword in one hand and a spear in the other.
That's my
Yeah.
boy.
You guys do not want to be here.
So,
Lads.
so before you start rolling, Reyna, are we going to be rallying troops, or are we going to be personally combating?
We're gonna start with personal combat.
All right.
We're
So,
gonna jump right in here and with a cry of rage.
okay.
Because she's pissed.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. Not too bad. Okay. -1. So I don't get my +1.
Okay, what's the
No, I
minus
don't
one
have my
from?
injury anymore.
Yeah, the injury went away.
So 19.
Okay. Also, what is your combat defense and your base damage?
5 is my base damage. My combat, I got a shield, right? All right. So
Yeah.
shield adds 4. It was 11, so 15.
Okay. And you had a 19 just now on the attack,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
All right.
yes.
And in the first round of fighting, your abstract opponents have an 18. So, you are hit with basic damage, so you're taking 4 points, but you did absolutely beat them in this first kind of abstract fighting roll. And the troops are heartened by the Lady Reyna personally appearing and cutting down 3 of their foes. And for just a moment, Lord Edric Dane gives you a nod before he starts swinging again. But now he knows that his flank is cleared. And you guys are so far holding the gate. So you do get battered and smashed a bit for that 4 points. But you are up again. So going to personally fight or more focus on nearby troops on round
Let's
2.
try and rally the troops a little.
Okay. Um,
That doesn't mean I'm not holding a shield. You know, I mean, I have a
right.
shield, so, you know.
You're still fighting. You're just the action shot of this camera is the people around you instead of you for a moment. Roll warfare plus, as appropriate, but I'm also going to add whatever air adds to, or let's see. So air doesn't actually add to status. Just give yourself a +1. Like, because you're the heir to this place and it is this place that you are holding, just add 1 to the warfare roll. Let's see.
Add a +1. Okay.
Yep. 1 to the total.
13!
Okay. It will be opposed by an abstract roll of 6. So, that was not great for them. Your troops are able to make pretty solid progress as you line up a spear wall of allies that you've been forging relationships with all along. Right? There are some Knights of Dane lining up in this shield wall next to Nymaryen garrison troopers, and they're forming up and swinging out to the flanks as you, Oris the Aurochs, and the Sword of the Morning are holding the center of the line. They're spreading out to make sure you don't get flanked.
Yeah.
And as more troops are starting to arrive, you guys are now establishing a line. So it is a bloody mess down there. But you guys are holding, and they certainly seem to be losing more people. Chat, give me a number between 1 and looks like about 30.
Jesus.
This isn't how many people attack her this round or
Oh,
how many
yeah,
people she
don't
kills.
scare me.
Just random number between 1 and 30-ish.
14. He said 14.
Okay. So this random roll, I'm looking at the weapons chart, and we're gonna see what Oris has in hand every round when it's his turn on the camera. So Edric Dane is swinging, of course, the legendary greatsword Dawn, which Oris with Dawn. Anyways, sorry. So Edric Dane is striking with I don't want to say elegant. They're not quite elegant. He's not quite to the elegant tier, but crisp and professional and clean, well-trained strikes. And you may recall that the entire time he was squiring for Lord Barrick, he fought with a greatsword. It was a greatsword scaled to him, but like that's how he's been training, is for this. Um, and it shows. So he's cleaving left and right. Oris, meanwhile, rolled on improvised. So something happened to his spear and his sword, but he has one of the sturdy conical helmets of one of these attackers in a fist, and brains a guy before hauling himself to his feet.
I love Oris.
And we're just gonna do that until he lands on something he maybe really likes. I think that'll be a fun way to do it. But yeah, enemies die, the gate holds. All seems to be well. Next round, Reyna. Are we personally fighting, or are we again kind of focusing on the troops more?
We're gonna fight once.
Okay.
No, wait, hold on. No, we're gonna rally.
Like again, the bigger difference is, most of you are going to roll better on the fighting or the individual marksmaning, which is going to be more impact. But if you're leading, you aren't in danger, right? Like you're not going to take damage on the rounds that you are rallying troops instead of personally fighting, but you're probably going to accomplish more. So that's the kind of trade-off. But and
That
also,
time it was just a 10.
okay, so less progress, but you are safe, and your troops are comparing it to the enemy roll. Managed to still roll. They got a 9, so you're still winning. Progress is made. The line is holding, and a few more troops are arriving. And chat once again. Give me another number. The 1 to 30. So Edric Dane falls back a few paces and is now holding your left side with the Knights of Starfall.
Okay.
And a 26. All right, so we were here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh no. He's going to keep this one for a bit. Oris got him a poleaxe off one of these attackers, which is in fact a weapon with the powerful tag,
Yeah.
which means he gets to add his strength dice as bonus damage, and it's a thing that's already athletics +3. Now, he's not an expert with polearms, so it's not quite like he landed on a hammer or a greatsword, but all right, that's not going to break for a while. Oris is not falling back and holding a line.
Of course he's not.
Oris is pushing forward on the right flank, just swinging and roaring. Something happened to his shirt. Like he was just wearing like a loose white fitting thing, and it's just been torn up. Like there's some red rags behind him. He's getting scuffed up. He's getting cut. He's getting some injuries. But that's a mistake on their part, as he is just roaring. Yeah. So progress is made. And again, your leadership role beat theirs. So yeah, you guys are still holding, and as you are repositioning troops to swing the right flank forward and keep the ground that Oris is recklessly clearing, which Edric is already doing on the left.
Right.
His men are falling in with him and fighting as one, and you're rallying troops kind of on the white ring. You see that the far end of your right flank is now anchored by Sir Adam Brightington, as
Yay!
your lanky sworn sword and the Knight of Brightington falls in on that side. So your men are now getting orders from both flanks, and it's progressing pretty cleanly. Next round, what you doing?
I'm going to attack this round.
Okay, ready to get her blade wet.
20.
Okay, they also rolled a 20. So, you're gonna kill 4 dudes like yourself. Kind of how I've been earmarking it. It's just like a degree of success is you cutting somebody down. So, but you are hit with a 20. So that's gonna be 8 points of damage coming at you as you wade into the melee and lead the men to countercharge.
8.
Yup.
I have to take a wound.
Can you take an injury?
That won't be
What's
enough.
what's your health at? Like, let's just double check math.
10.
Okay, so
Out
8
of
points of
12.
damage. Right. You don't have to take anything. You can just have 2 health.
Do you have
No,
10 hit
no,
points
I
out of
don't
12
have-
left, or you've
I
taken
have
10?
taken 10. I have 2
Okay.
left.
Okay, so you have 2 left. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, but why? Okay, what's your
And
endurance?
even if I take an injury, that's just 4, and it still bumps me over by 2.
But you can
take-
take 2 injuries.
Take 2 injuries instead of a
Or a
wound.
-2 instead of a -die. Okay. Let's do
It
that.
gets better math.
And
yeah.
again, injuries
Yeah.
heal a lot more than quickly than wounds. So,
Yeah,
all right,
you'll be
so
all right in a little while.
so you are battered and scuffed up, but this was the most progress you made in one round of this fighting. Like you did well, but you paid in blood for it. But you are reclaiming some ground. So next round, are we rallying or are we fighting? Felicia?
I'm thinking
Okay, sorry.
we're going to continue to alternate, so I'm going to rally.
All right. Warfare off.
12.
All right, not bad. That beat their roll by a lot. They did not roll well. So, progress continues to be made as you fall back for a moment and kind of take a knee after a shot to the gut from a mace that just takes the wind right out of you. But you don't quite fall. You refuse to. You slam your shield to the ground and use it to brace yourself so your men don't see you fall. And then when you straighten back up again, the progress continues. And your men are able to make a couple more steps forward. Next round. Are we? And don't forget, you can also take a breather.
I'm going to have
It'll
to
just
take
mean
a
a
breather.
lot less getting done. So okay.
I feel like I've got we've
Okay.
made some good progress here, so now I can take a breather.
All right.
I
So
don't remember how that works.
it is your stamina or endurance. God damn it! I always remember.
Endurance.
Too many RPGs use all the words that mean the exact same things, right? I'm always like, stamina or endurance. Yeah. So you just roll
So
that.
roll the endurance.
I always
Yeah.
get dexterity and agility mixed up, and I'm just like, whatever,
Yeah,
guys.
just
You know what I mean.
so many games, like it's just arbitrary stuff. So yeah,
So what is this? What is?
you
I
roll endurance, and what's your total?
12.
Okay, so you get back a point, and then a 5, and then 10, so you get back 3 health.
Okay.
All right, 3 health recovered, 1 point
There you
of
go.
progress.
I don't know how they do
What's that?
that. Nothing. I was just.
Okay. So 1 point of progress made instead of less, but instead of more, but you get back some health. Next round, you are up. What are we doing?
We're attacking.
All right, fighting personally. Let's do it.
Okay, I get to keep 4 of these. Okay. 19. 20.
Nice.
20. I have a
Oh.
+1.
All right.
No, I have a -2.
From the injuries.
18.
All right, so 18. Okay. They got a 14, so they managed to miss you. And you continue to make surprises. You drop a couple, and you're definitely hearing commotion in the courtyard behind you, from familiar voices. Instead of yes, that's all you can notice is good commotion, as opposed to bad commotion. It's not death wails and fire, fire. There's a fire, right? Like it's good stuff. Oh God, locusts. No, it's good commotion, as some space that you're clearing in the courtyard is being used, and it sounds like perhaps the fights overhead and behind you are going well.
Good.
Next round.
We're going to leadership them,
Alrighty.
or we're going to warfare it.
Right. Do it to him. Oh no.
10.
They wrote a 2, a 1, and a 1 there. So, pretty chunky.
I rolled 2 5s and a 1, so it could have gone either way, really.
So, yeah, you are able to maintain your lead. You hear horses behind you. You hear the clip-clop of hooves, and you're like, I bet those didn't come over the wall.
Yeah.
So that's probably a good thing. So you're making progress. You have now pushed them back almost to the broken gateway. So you are reclaiming Wyvern's Rest, slipping and sliding in enemy blood as you do so, but continuing forward. Next round.
Alright. I'm going to attack.
Personal fighting. Let's do it.
I'm fighting. $16.
All right. Not your best.
18 -2.
Right, sure. Not your best roll, but Wyvern's Rest continues to protect you. They got another 14 and managed to not quite hit you, as you are personally reclaiming ground. All right. Special note. Next round, the result of your warfare test will be doubled if you make a warfare test.
I'm going to make it then.
Okay. I think it's this round. Let me double check.
Crush them, crush them, crush them.
Because this is the round after Bela closed the gates. So I timed it right. So yeah, so you'll get a benefit as the troops were able to rally in the courtyard without that side gate open, and
Right.
this is what's gonna happen. So
Alright.
warfare, and whatever you roll, you can double it.
Kick their asses.
No, it's not that great. 16.
Okay, is that with the double?
Yes.
Okay, not bad,
Only
but
8.
less awesome than it could have been. But it's
Still,
solid.
though, does it get the same -2?
Whatever, it's fine. Yes, but it's all right. I already put down the 3, and I'm not erasing it. So, the troops that were able to rally behind you, there is now a ragged cavalry charge, as you hear Septon Jim shout, "Adam, duck!" And he goes just barely around the right flank where Adam Bridington is fighting on foot.
Right.
Yes, the other Adam, as Septon Jim is the inside curve of this group of cavalry that goes skittering a tight turn, and up there with him is Sir Roland Storm, riding bareback, looking pretty awkward, but still going.
Good.
And then the third rider in their wake is a sinister figure dressed all in black, with a shock of silver steel hair, and Sir Alistair Thorne shouts, "Castle Black!" as three knights go whoosh right across your field of vision, and they just trample people, and they buy your whole line some space as they just rush across from right to left, and cut men down all their way across.
Oh,
Uh,
it is just old blood, man.
and you get an eternal flame back in a roar nebulously behind you. You have no idea who it was that's doing the shouting. But yeah. All right. Next round. This will be a normal round. This is the round as the ramparts were cleared. So next round there will be another bonus.
All right.
But this round you're looking at keep what you roll.
All right. This is an attacking round. Last time was a warfare round.
All right, attacking round.
Nice. Lots of pips this time.
Fucking dice. All right. They got a 14 again to attack you, which is again missing by 1. Like
17.
all right, and that's with modifiers, like
Yes,
for injury.
yes.
Okay.
It was like 18, 19, 20, 17.
All right. You are keeping up the basic exact momentum you have been keeping up. Progress continues as you as the knights go by, and the men at arms fighting you are looking wide-eyed, like, how did they get any sort of cavalry? And you know, you're able to charge them, and you lead the troops forward in a ragged charge, 3 horse widths across, and everybody builds up some steam and lashes out and smashes
Start
into
forward.
them. And all right, and like I said, they managed not to hit you again. And now this round, you get the benefit of your brothers clearing the ramparts. So whatever you roll this round will be doubled, as you are joined with some fire from overhead, as whatever you're doing is going to have arrows coming down and crossbow bolts, and that sort of thing from overhead from the now cleared ramparts.
All right, she's feeling a little juiced, so she's going to attack this round.
Got her blood up.
Got her blood up.
How is this happening?
16.
14. they
I'm protecting Raina right now.
they are perpetually getting 14s. So double it,
Oh,
right? So
16,
28.
32.
Yeah. So yeah, 32, and then the -2. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, I subtracted
It's-
it from. Whatever.
Yeah. So, the last gasp of the battle at the gates. The camera slow pans around in one of those kind of slow motion montages. Edric Dane is holding the hand of a dying knight of Starfall,
Oh,
and he is in his dress garb for Grandpa Makar's
feast.
name day, which is, you know, that white and purple, and he's just covered head to toe in gore. It's like he's just red, and where the blood falls off of Dawn, it's the gleaming white is shining through with the actual dawn as the sun begins to rise. Oris is out front chasing and slaughtering. He in his slow motion thing, for a few moments, he sinks this poleaxe into someone from behind. He leans on it and takes a few ragged breaths, and then twists it free and trots after them more. Like that's his like slow motion couple of seconds. Up on the wall, we see Adam and Sir Robert Frey, the Red Feather. Robert has a bow delivered to him by his betrothed, who came back up and
Oh,
gave him a proper bow instead of a crossbow. And those two are calling shots and downing men as they're wavering on the edges of the battlefield. Um, and that kind of slaughter continues. The cavalry have wheeled back around, and they now have Aunt Elia riding bareback with her sword out, or with her bow out, and holding arrows between her fingers, and like two in this hand, and she's just shooting, looking like a wild Dothraki in the moment, and is now riding with them, and in the like slow motion camera pan, um, you see Willis uh, slapping the final bits of saddle on to a horse in the stables. He's been prepping horses and sending people out. And Sir Damon Dane is now on horseback, joining the cavalry chargers. And just the tide has turned. And you see all of you in the distance, in the last bit of this slow motion shot, 6 men backlit and betrayed by the rising sun, all of them on horseback and armored. There are 6 knights that are watching their army dissolve, and they turn and they start to ride away.
Yeah, I think like Adam's probably going to have to be physically prevented from getting on a horse and riding out after people.
I'm calling for a horse.
Yeah, I want a horse. Let's go.
All right.
All right, sorry. I was presuming someone would stop him, but
I don't know.
Yeah. So
They attacked our home.
Yeah.
No, I just like assumed someone would be like, "You are very injured." Like, let someone else do it. But yeah, if no one stops him, he's absolutely getting on a horse and riding out.
Absolutely.
the heir to Highgarden, assisted in his efforts by a half dozen recruits headed to the wall, is overseeing horse prep. He's just, whatever, this is what needs to be done. So you lot are able to saddle up.
I want my sand steed.
Yeah, you're on the quickest horses they could get you as quickly as possible. So it's a mix of just horses that were available, unfortunately. But you are saddled up. The remainder, the bulk of your troops, are chasing down other fleers on foot. But you're joined by your handful of cavalry, and we suddenly pan out very wide with the camera as a chase ensues. We're not going to bog it down with rolls. You guys know the territory better, so that will make up for them perhaps being fresher. And we have a slow cinematic drone cam shot of this group of a half dozen riders, and then this group of 10 to 12 riders. You lot with a handful of your friends, and Bannerman and all that. And a brother of the Night's Watch, who is at least temporarily certainly on your side and earning his bread and salt. So there's this two groups far apart from each other, racing across the red hills of Dorne, lit by the rising sun.
And very wet from the storm.
Yeah, and sand scoured, like it was an awful, awful storm. And you go racing after them towards the coast. And yes, quick note, Qatar, Castle Black does keep out of the Wars of the Realm, but he is he is a guest of House Nymaryen that is also a knight and is as such expected to take part in defense. You've got to earn your bread and salt. There's an obligation that comes with being a guest, not just a host. Um, so, you lot are riding after them. They are riding away. It's long. They are headed towards the coast. They are making their way to the Sea of Dorn. And you see, as this lot comes galloping by, a force of about 50 men that they had uh, that have in a semicircle around Red Feather Hall, the seat of your Aunt Elia. And this 50 men are in a semicircle that you know marks bowshot. And you see about a dozen men not in that semicircle. They tried to attack Red Feather Hall and were sent packing, so they left some troops here so Red Feather Hall could not reinforce. That's the snapshot that you get. And that group of men sees the guys you're chasing and they start to just melt. And they start to just race for the coast. And some of them forget why they were where they were. And the archers of Red Feather Hall begin to earn their keep as
Picking
they
them
live
off.
up to their name, and they start to just free fire on these guys because these guys were inland of Red Feather Hall, so they couldn't reinforce you. And now some of them are running all the way to Red Feather Hall and all the way past it to try and in a panic, right? So the archers are just up there having fun, right? Um, but these men are running towards uh, an assortment of landing craft that are on your land and at the coast of the Sea of Dorn. And in the distance, you see a trio of ships, not far distance, but like this is how close they got, and then landing craft came aboard. And you see your targets pile into one of the landing craft. Sir uh, Sir Roland Storm has leapt from his terribly uncomfortable ride and is cutting a path through fleeing enemies for Aunt Elia to recover her haul and organize the troops better. And Septon Jim scrambles down to guard their flank. The four Nymaryans are able to pile into a landing craft, and it's not quite as exciting a chase. Uh, most of you are less comfortable this way, but Luke, you know, if you lot paddle out there in this landing craft, out for blood, you'll be able to catch up to a ship before they're able to weigh anchor and start moving. So I'm assuming you lot will continue.
It's going to take them time to leave. We can catch them.
Yeah, and you don't see any movement on their ships. Like it looks like they didn't. It was all hands ashore for this fight. So you know that you can catch them.
Yeah. Let us just bear in mind that there is there is a small possibility that this is a trap. So let's just be on our guard.
Yeah. So you lot are rowing. I'm assuming. I'm in my head. I'm picturing Bela and Luke at the paddles. Like this isn't a spear, but it works, right?
It's long. It's wooden.
Yeah, and Adam's keeping an eye out in case they bring shipboard weapons to bear or whatnot. So I'm picturing him kind of in front with his bow. And you get to their ship, and you don't hear much of anything. There's one of their sails came about half unfurled, but it's snapping and cracking in the wind instead of being properly lashed in place to taste the wind. And the anchor is you saw the chain move, you swear, but now it's not, and like the anchor's back down, the chain is still down. And you don't hear anything,
Oh, now we gotta
above
climb
the
up the
deck.
side of this fucking shit.
But yeah, here you are. Like they've got ropes down that they
Oh.
were. You could tell they were using people to go down into the craft, and they just left them in a kind of all or nothing way. They assumed that they were going to win. So who's climbing up first?
I will go if nobody else does.
I will. They were
All right.
rowing.
So multiple of you grab lines and climb up. Sounds like.
That's fair. I am rowing. If someone wants to
Sounds
try to
like-
beat me to it, I do have a the oar.
Yeah.
All right. You are able to begin, and all of you are able to go clambering up the side. And as you crest the side of the ship and climb up onto the decks, you see a knight lying dead. This is clearly a knight. You recognize green vipers on a black field on his heraldry. After a moment, you recall House Lynderly from the Vale, and just kind of the sort of memorization of heraldry flies
Sure.
into your head. But he was lying there dead, head almost off. And then you see another body over there. And most of the way across the deck, there's a second dead knight. This one you don't recognize. It's brown and blue in waves with a little white mouse on his shield.
Are these
like
guys pretty fresh? Like blood still pulling, or
I mean,
Okay.
it's like they got killed after they got aboard.
all right? Yeah.
And this one is down one stab through the back of his breastplate. A single
To the back.
sword width hole in his breastplate.
Where are
Guy's
the
down.
sand snakes?
Uh,
I
And-
know what house. I know who that is. I think. Anyway, sorry.
and then, lying in the door to the captain's chamber, but lying dead as though he was leaving it as he died after a long smear of blood. You guys recognize Angai, the archer from Lannisport. He is just cut down. You see his hamstrings were cut, and then he was stabbed low in the back and died slowly, trying to just crawl somewhere. And then you
It's gotta
see,
be our cousins. They're the ones that I would know that would do this.
and then lying in the captain's room, you see another pair of dead knights. They look like they're just hedge knights. One is quartered arms, silver bells, and red forts. Which might be some bastard of a house. And seated at the captain's chair, with a bloody longsword laying across the captain's desk in front of him. There's just enough light coming in through the portholes that it catches on the blade. And you recognize Lady Forlorn, the Valyrian steel sword of House Corbray. A moment after, you recognize Sir Lynn Corbray, in armor, sitting in the captain's chair, turning it around, and pouring himself a brandy.
Oh, that's not when I could do this thing.
And he looks up at you. He just says, "Before we have to kill each other, can one of you at least promise me to return the sword to the Vale?"
You have my word.
"I thank you for that. Now," and he swigs some brandy, "must we kill each other?" And he's looking at Reyna, mostly, you think.
I haven't put this together well at all.
"Oh, I changed sides because they lost."
I'm like, kind of stunned and unable to parry at the moment.
And he leans back in his chair and kicks his legs up onto it. Since nobody seems to be killing him just yet, he's reclining comfortably.
How could you?
Oh, it was terribly easy. None of them are very dangerous. Sir Limond, that's the name you read. Sir Limond Linderly is the
That's
name.
a name.
How many-
That's a fucking name.
Yep.
Right?
So-
you know that's not what I mean. Like,
Oh. All right, some of them are even just hedge knights, and of course that one is no kind of knight at all. How could I? And he just leaves it hanging there.
what was that attack for?
Coin.
How fucking dare you?
Who
You
paid
know
you?
who hired you?
And so negotiations commence. If I'm willing to tell you that, I will of course be in terrible trouble with my employer, so that even if I were to kill the four of you and leave, they're the suspicious sort, I'd rather not have to. If I'm to stay and be your prisoner, then I'll be treated honorably in exchange for my information and some goods I can offer you. And he lifts an eyebrow.
The
I lean-
logical part of my
no.
brain. Sorry,
I
go ahead.
step up to the desk.
He kicks his feet off the desk, and he still looks casual. He's got the brandy snifter. Is what it's called, snifter, right? But you notice he's holding it in his offhand, and his feet are under him, and his sword hand is free. He doesn't look more threatening than he did a moment ago,
But he
but
is.
you know that he is.
But the sword's on the desk.
Yep, right in front of him, easy to reach. So as you're approaching, he just adjusts his posture some, but doesn't grab the weapon and threaten you or anything like that.
Offer me your surrender, sir.
And if
And tell
I
me
do,
why I should accept it. Again.
because I'm a knight, of course, and we are terribly and famously honorable here in Westeros.
But I'm not a knight.
My brother is unlikely to ransom me. You may have heard the house is a bit thin on coin. So, if I tell you what I know, what do? Perhaps exile?
You're lucky I have not already put an arrow through your throat.
Exile can be very enlightening here.
I suppose the wall wouldn't be much worse than back home. And there are plenty of desperate lads there, he says with a bit of a cutting glance Adam's way.
No women.
I fucking. Alright, what is. How deep is this desk?
I have not mustered a mental image that concrete.
Like, under 2 years, it's not going to be a huge thing. It's on a ship. Like, they don't.
Yeah,
tend to
I mean, it's fairly compact. But, like, if you're reaching for his sword, there's going to be some dice rolls. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's an attack or something, if you're just leaning on the desk to negotiate, that's one thing. But, like, if you're like, I take Lady Forlorn, right? Like, that's going to be an issue. That's going to end with some people dead. Like, at least one. But it definitely sounds like all he wants is a promise that he will live and not be maimed. Like, exile or, you know, the wall, he seems content just that he will live and not
Well,
be
We're
maimed.
taking at least one of the crow's men away from them. We might as well replace it with another.
That was one of the men from the Night's Watch. Ah, I thought so. Though I don't imagine we can blame this loss on them. One night, one of most nights, shouldn't have done much.
I look down at the sword.
So, I'm off to the wall, and I can take the sword with me instead of it being returned to the Vale.
That's between you and your brother.
Then I'm taking the sword with me.
Wait, what the fuck?
And he reaches down and puts the brandy down. He says, Sir Lucaris, on your honor as a knight, I'm bound to the wall and my sword is mine.
But
You have threatened my family. However, the person behind this,
Is the
we
bigger.
didn't know who it is. So, as much as it pains me not to run you through, on my word as a knight, I will see you exiled or to the wall, not harmed physically.
And my lady, I take her with me.
no.
I have no concern over your sword.
Like, I'm actively reaching for the sword. I'm taking that off the desk.
He will not let you.
Why does
It
he?
belongs at his home, if nothing else.
Like, if you are trying to snatch the sword, it's going to turn into a roll-off of him taking it.
Well, someone better stop me.
Raina will.
I am putting a hand on your shoulder.
Yeah, let him.
Adam.
Let Luke stop him. That's good.
Why are you like prepared to just like let him get away with this? He betrayed us.
He betrayed us for coin, and this means someone paid him.
He didn't betray us. He's not sworn to us.
If I may, I've actually betrayed my employer for you.
Yeah.
Twice now.
Twice.
Which perhaps should impugn my honor as a knight, but I would think the practical Dornish might count it in my favor.
What was the first?
Oh, when I didn't keep on buggering Adam until one of you two challenged me for me to kill him. Supposed to kill as many of you as I could. I thought the best way to do it would be to get Reyna or Luke mad at me enough, but they never quite rose to the barbs. I was terribly disappointed. And then after a while, I thought that this job is not quite what I'd signed up for, and better I leave than continue.
So it's been a while in the making then, this conspiracy.
You lot have pretty good awareness scores. You can tell he's lying about why he quit. It was not because he got bored.
No.
It was second thoughts about the job. Like,
Yeah.
you guys can all tell
And we all
when
spent.
someone's lying that way.
We spent some time with him on the road. On the way, I mean, we traveled with him.
Says, oh, this conspiracy, this attack, I haven't the faintest. It was the same employer both times, but I don't think the jobs were quite related.
Give us a name.
Tell me, have you gotten much news at Wyvern's Rest lately? He says with a bit of a smirk. Well then,
Speak plainly.
I will do so. And he finishes his brandy and puts it down, and then kind of dramatically reaches slowly down to open a drawer. He goes, look, no knives or... Oh, turns out there is one. Oh, this pirate cad. And he pulls out a bundle of letters. And then he slowly reaches down and he grabs the whole second drawer and pulls it out. And it's got like little bottles and jars and stuff in it. He goes, Fine. I'll offer you this knowledge, along with who hired me, as a gesture of goodwill that I be allowed to take my lady with me to the wall to keep me warm. How many Valyrian steel swords can say that they've traveled all the way from Dorne to the north? These are for you. And he pushes the drawer full of things towards Luke. And it's a bundle of oils and perfumes and unguents and various containers of liquids and probably creams and powders with a small note on them that's just Tyene in a very fancy and fine hand. It looks like your cousin sent you this. Looks like Tyene sent you the poisons you asked for, but they never made it to you.
I see.
So those are yours. Oh, and I've also a few letters. Here we are. Oh, and you have the archer to thank for this. Ravens are such fat targets, it turns out. If you have a good enough archer in a place full of mountains. Here we are. And he hands a couple, what do we got here? 3 letters to Luke.
I start opening them.
All right. To Sir Lucaris, Knight Consort of Ghost Hill. I am afraid I offer, if not ill news, certainly not good. Monteris's brief recovery was only that, a ghost. A jape from the stranger, associate herbs giving him false strength, the way drink gives some men false courage. He is as weak as ever when he is not smoking their grasses. I tell you, nephew, there is no sound in all the world like the noise of your only son coughing blood. The Lord of Driftmark must not weep, however. Salt water is in our veins. It must not also fill our eyes. And so I stay strong. I am told that you are wed, and it was no dull affair. I did not know the Dark Star, but I have heard nothing good of him save his end. Congratulations, nephew. Lena would have been proud, I do not doubt. I miss her so, and you 4 children are all that remains of her. I hope that some of you might visit soon and tell me of your adventures. With fondness, Lord Montfort Valerian.
All right, next letter.
Says, Lucaris, I have heard you have a port bustling at Ghost Hill, and so I know that your life is full of more than the loneliness of a tired old man. Orain tells me that you are a natural ship, and I thought perhaps you and your bride might sail the coast for a visit when you can. Monteris would like to see you, I am sure.
They stole all our personal letters.
As would I. And then in a little scribble in the margin, as would Orain if he is about at the time. Bring wine if you'd like, or not. Bringing just yourself would be gift enough. Yours, Uncle Montfort.
Oh, I'm so pissed.
These were rough to write, you guys. So bear with me. Opening the third one.
Yeah.
It says, nephew. The 7 are unkind to Monteris and deaf to me. The maesters cannot help, nor associate apothecaries, nor witches and warlocks paid for with half the silver in Driftmark. Bold. Will his cousin help? I know a visit from you, and new little Makar would lift his spirits. And I pray a happy boy in these halls would lift mine. Please come. It must be sooner rather than later. Please, Montfort.
All right, so we can kill this guy, right?
Yeah. But I want to do it.
Luke will take the letters, and he's clearly in a bad mood.
No.
Be thankful I'm a knight, sir.
I am. There is several for your grandfather. Perhaps the Lady Reyna might like them?
This is my hand.
Yep, he offers them to you. Uncle, enough of our waiting games. Sorella has gotten for us what Old Town offers. Malion's book must be enough, surely. I am out of patience for maesters. We must speak, we must move. Every viper must strike, and in time, so too must every wyvern. The ghost of my sweet Elia has waited long enough, uncle. Please, when? Oh, Martel. Quick mental note, the Book of Malion likely refers to the most famous text penned by Grand Maester Malion, the lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children.
Right.
It sounds like Sorella might have been in Old Town for a reason, pretending to be a maester. And then you've got another one. in a bold and less fine hand.
Yes.
Shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Lord Makar Nymaryen of Wyvern's Rest, the Blood Royal, Warden of the Stoneway. She did as we feared. KL no longer holds any of his bastards. The brothels fill with blood. The young stag says he has grown bored and left court. I know not to SE or HG. Without him, without you, without your Aurochs, and without Old Town, to move would be folly. Our pieces are not in place, and the Queen and her gold cloaks has removed half the pieces we once held. Malion's Goen and Taya alone are not enough. J.A. insists on moving ahead upon the great stag's return from his hunt. It will be Calamity. I will not stay for it. I leave on the morrow, and I counsel L.A. to leave as well. Stannis Baratheon.
Stannis?
I know who J.A. is. That. Anyway, sorry, I'm not. I should. No.
No.
Tell us. I want to be.
That's John Aaron. I'm certain.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
And it sounded like they were killing off bastards in King's Landing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that was quite famously what Cersei did after Robert died in the books. That like basically had a bunch of gold cloaks go and murder all of Robert's bastards.
So a recap without the briefness of the note. Cersei sent her gold cloaks to kill all the bastards in King's Landing.
Right.
Renly left sometime before that. Stannis doesn't know if he went to Storm's End or Highgarden.
Right.
That was the young stag. The great stag was on hunt. Robert was out of town. Cersei sent gold cloaks to kill his kids.
He ain't coming back.
Stannis left and counseled Lysa Arryn to also leave, because Jon Arryn was insisting on still discussing this with Robert without more of the proof, etc., etc., and Stannis was concerned. So there's that one. Oh, there's another one. This one is titled, or rather written to, Wyvern's Rest. Raventree Hall and Stonehenge chafe. We will not wait forever. The little bastard you sent us is too noble. He won't start a war on his own. And Riverrun is too sick and scared, so he won't start one either. Why have the old bitch married your little boy and up here in the rivers at all if we will not act? Give me the coin you promised, and I'll do it myself. It must be before Hoster dies. I want him to see it happen. The twins. Lord Walder Frey
Right.
and his allies are chafing because they have not been let off the leash to start the civil war in the Riverlands yet. They're waiting on some money from Lord.
That was a funny
Yeah.
tongue there.
Yeah.
On the upside, my secret plan to become Lord Paramount of the Riverlands is looking a little bit better now.
And then there's another one on this small stack, and he goes, "Oh, sorry, this one isn't to grandfather. Let's see here. Adam Nymaryen of Wyvern's Rest."
I'll snatch it out of his hands.
I'm
not. I'm like.
Oh, what news you bring! It pains me to know that the idea of me haunts him. I gave up my.
I had not said I was opening. Adam was probably not going to open it unless you, out of character, really want me to open it now.
Okay. I think you might want to read it on stream, at least.
Sure.
But we'll say at a glance, you see that it is signed 7 blessings for your kindness, Sister Maris.
Yeah, I'm not reading this in front of you. I'm not giving you the satisfaction of seeing me more upset than I already am.
Very well. Oh, this one is for your grandfather again. It's in a bit of code, but they didn't code the Makar at the start. Here you are. Uh, this one is in a mixture of Old Valyrian and not. That makes it pretty much gibberish. Unless you speak Old Valyrian.
Which we
Uh,
can.
And you can tell that some of it, and one of it is in Old Valyrian, is also in like alternate characters. I'm picturing like a Cyrillic or, a different alphabet. But you notice that at the end it's signed Olena in Old Valyrian lettering.
Hmm.
So, you quickly decipher the code, Reina. It's Makar. I disagree. You plot for nothing. Renly does not need a bride, least of all one of my granddaughters, and he certainly does not need an heir. I know him better than you, my sweet, and I tell you, he does not want to rule. He only thinks he does. The boy grew up in Storm's End, ordered by Stannis to starve while Mace lay siege. He stood on the ramparts, chewing on boot leather, and staring down at half the Reach, feasting in their silken tents like they were at a tourney. All he wants are those silken tents and knightly ribbons. He wants to be liked, he wants to be at court, and he wants my grandson. That is all. That is all, Makar. He just thinks he needs Storm's End and being Master of Laws to have all that, and he doesn't. Stop telling him so. Acknowledge the big stupid bull. Give him Storm's End. Cut off Cersei and her little shit at the knees. Stannis will back it. It's not in him not to. And Renly himself will be fine with it, lending it yet more credence. Put him and my grandson in that silly white tower, so no one expects them to ever marry anyone else, and our problems dissolve. It will let Renly back on the small council as Lord Commander. He'll be respected at court, he'll be dashing in his pretty white cloak, and he and Loras will grow old together. It's all they want. Stannis will be 10 times the Master of Laws as his pretty little brother, and all of Westeros knows it. Love, Olena.
Love Olena.
She makes a good case.
That's basically the perfect plan.
She does.
And there is one left that is small and clearly a hastily scribbled thing from a raven. It goes, there's one more. I wonder, this lack of news. Have you gotten any word from King's Landing of late? Or will this be terribly exciting?
We have not heard from King's Landing in months.
Oh, please, may I?
Go ahead.
Might as well enjoy it.
Beloved uncle, you have by now heard of Robert's Red Halls, as they call it. At last! This is the opening we have waited for, and it will be no small affair. The Riverlands are still in doubt. The Vale is a riddle, and we stand against the Westerlands. Wars are won with silver, not steel, and we must match Casterly Rock, Littlefinger, and the Iron Bank all at once. All of Dorne will rise with you, but to ask them to die in battle is one thing. To ask their children to starve is another. Where is the coin, uncle? Doran. And he's looking eagerly from one of you to the other. The Red Halls. It rings no bell?
Does it ring any bells?
The fat bastard went mad. They're almost all dead.
I'm sorry, what?
The red
Who?
keep filled with blood. Oh my, it worked. That stupid archer worked. The hand of the king had a conversation with the drunken sot that he strongly misliked. They say it took him only one punch to kill the Lord of the Vale, Though Robert in his temper, who knows how many times he hit him. Cersei was next. The queen died in her chamber. I heard he near twisted her head off. Oh, but then the Kingslayer claimed his second, killed 2 Kingsguard to get to Robert, slew the devil of the Trident, and then came bold Barristan Selmy, dying while killing Jaime Lannister. Terribly poetic, and nobody left to run the Red Keep save the Crown Prince Joffrey. But such is war, I suppose.
Like,
The Red Halls. I think it's a nice ring, don't you?
It's like, I mean, I'm prepared to roll for this. Is he fucking lying?
No, he is terribly excited to be spoiling this for you.
We need to get home.
And he seems just like excited at the news. Like, look, a bunch of people I never liked very much all died. And most of my competition for best swordsman in the world, right? Like, he's clearly like, yay!
We need to get home.
This is monstrous.
I haven't given you the biggest secret just yet, and it's the first question you asked. Should I wait until Adam reads his letter? Or can we return to Wyvern's Rest and I head off to the wall now?
Why do you want me to read this in front of you so much?
His facade cracks. He doesn't
Like,
mean...
Adam's
I'm
fully
just-
fighting tears.
He does not mean for his facade to crack, but you can tell. For a moment, he means it when he tries to flippantly say, "Perhaps your smile would keep me warm in the north." But he says it
Snidely.
so earnestly
Oh.
that it's not what he meant, right? You know it was supposed to be a cutting off thing. But, like, you guys heard it. He
Betrayed
meant
himself.
that. He really does maybe want to see Adam happy before he goes.
And, like, he just takes a moment to, like, process that. And then...
Oh, what news you bring. It pains me to know that the idea of me haunts him. I gave up my boy and my voice, not for pride, but for peace, and I have had long enough to recognize that now. We preserved the realm, and that is no small thing. My dignity and the life I once had is a small price to pay to save so many lives. I am Sister Maris now, one of several who bear the name here, having hastily been given the name with the name of my mother house upon my arrival here. The stubborn girl, Alysanne Royce, would not choose a name with her last spoken words, and so one was chosen for her. Alysanne Royce, the sister of Yon, is as dead as any of the corpses that I have tended in my years of service to the stranger. If she were not, though, she would feel pride at the news you bring, I am certain. I take solace in studying history when the sadness might otherwise be too much to bear. Did you know Lord Boros Baratheon was a fierce and proud and angry man who was renowned more for his beard and his strength than for his cleverness, let us gently say, and whose maester had to read his letters for him. But Boros's grandfather's grandfather was named Orys, a bastard, but strong right hand to Aegon the Conqueror himself. And still, Boros's eldest daughter was called Maris. She is not who my mother house is named after, of course not. But she did spend her own final years as a silent sister. And Boros's son, his only son, was named Royce. History does not repeat itself, of course. But with the solitude and study of the mother house, I have had time to hear it occasionally rhyme. There are names that dance together for centuries, in love or in blood. One finds words like Baratheon and Orys and Royce and even Maris. 7 bless our king, born eventually of that line of Boros and Royce. And 7 bless his family line that we are all so lucky to see flourish under his rule, and whose forebears brought these names together. I am not surprised to hear that your young man is likened to an aurochs. He is of bullish stock, head down, charging, horns covered in gore. It is who he is, and that is no more his fault than my place as a silent sister is. It is no shock to me that you call him brave and tall and strong. On those virtues, I think, every drop of his blood is aligned. But I am very glad to hear the rest of what you had to say about him. That his power is tempered with kindness, that his strength with goodness, and that he is not the sort to abuse his status to trick or take or terrorize. Let him know that damn it, Ash, you're getting me. The letters are already getting me.
I'm starting to go well.
Let him know that an old lady from somewhere very far away is proud of him for his virtues, and that he is not to blame for his faults. She is, and his father, and no one else. Not him, not his uncle and cousins, nor a tired old hedge knight of our mutual acquaintance. If he is like that father of his, he also may not have the keenest eye for letters, but you clearly do. If you would like to read this for him, or speak to him the sentiments herein, please do so. He will be glad, I do not doubt, to hear it from you. Gladder to hear it from you than he ever would be from me, even if I could speak the words myself. 7 blessings for your kindness, Sister Maris.
Yeah, I think at that point, like, Adam is, like, fully, like, just letting tears roll down his face. Were I not so angry with you, and I would thank you for giving me this.
Were I not so awful, I would appreciate the thanks. Shall we off to Riven's Rest?
Yes, we shall.
He
I hold out my hand.
He takes off his sword belt and puts it on the table, and then takes a step back and crosses his arms.
All right. Then I'll take Lady Forlorn. Sheath it. Just kind of hanging around my neck, you know. Off the side.
All right. Yeah. Is anybody going to re-ask him who hired him and
Yeah.
is behind this? Okay.
Yeah, like as we're
I
walking.
just, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Baelish, of course. He wants the boy and the treasure, or sorry, he wants the aurochs and the treasure somehow hidden in his thick skull.
Treasure.
Wealth beyond counting, and Littlefinger does not say that lightly. He loves his counting.
Raina, I think I know what he means.
I do too.
They made a grab for the books and managed to foul that up. Apparently the aurochs wasn't supposed to be home at the time, so they went to take a bite out of Hedge Knight and got him instead. Tanner was terribly upset about his precious reputation. A strange little man, that one. Tell me, did he and his lads... Oh, just kidding. I saw the aurochs outside your gates, hewing left and right. So,
Indeed.
Tanner and his men are dead then?
Yes.
Huh.
I told them 6 wouldn't be enough, even if it was Oris alone. But, I was not their employer. So, yes, Baelish hired us, and he points out some of the corpses, and you're able to put together, they're all knights or hedge knights from the Vale. I told him it was a bad idea, but Littlefinger never really kept me around for my advice.
You know, you spoke to me about wanting to be a Kingsguard, and then you do this.
Why did you agree to do this? Is it just the coin? Is that really?
Once you've taken Baelish's money, you don't stop taking it. I figured I'd just as soon try my luck down here with you lot than with all the rest of his hired swords. Or his pretty little poisons.
What did he promise you?
Coin. More of his usual. He was rather cross with me when I didn't kill even one of you, though. So, not as much coin as you'd think for this sort of job.
You did a fair amount of damage, though.
We're gonna cut it with you lot making the trip back to Wyvern's Rest. And I also am going to just, in an out of character-ish way, point out that very little of tonight was random. A lot of what's going on in this final arc is because of things that you guys did, and almost all of it good. Edric Dane was not necessarily the sword of the morning without your friendship and influence on him. You would have had less help, and perhaps not the full might of Starfall behind you, right? This was the good ending for Lynn Corbray. This was Adam being a good influence on Lynn, to get this part, instead of how things could have gone.
I just want to flag up, like I do have some things to say to him without the others present.
Yeah,
So
so
it doesn't have to be tonight, but I would like him to not
Yeah.
disappear forever without Adam getting to him.
Yeah.
Get
You guys
to say
have
that stuff.
you guys have some cleanup to do at Wyvern's Rest and some stuff to find at Wyvern's Rest. We're not gonna time skip again, okay? Except for you guys getting back to Wyvern's Rest, right? Like we're not gonna role play out the whole ride. But I just want to let mention that Lord Jarrus of Waterstone is you guys giving him the good ending, and you ending with the additional a lot of the positions that these NPCs are in, and the loyalty that they have for you is stuff that you guys didn't know you were harvesting at the time. But you have navigated a lot of things pretty well, and I actually had to come up with a different ending for Lynn Corbray than what I had planned because of Adam's unrelenting goodness and stuff.
I mean, like I said, way back in I think it was episode 20 or something. I was like, I'm gonna make him fall in love with me.
Lynn Corbray was supposed to be how Luke got a Valyrian sword. All right, he was supposed to fuck Adam until somebody challenged him to a fight, and then you'd get maybe to keep us like that's literally how it was supposed to go. But then instead, Adam was like, "You complete me," and Lynn was like, "I can't fucking do this. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave instead of keep this job. I'm not even gonna kill him and then leave. I'm not even gonna break up with him. I'm just gonna go, and I don't want him to know why I was here." That was the good that you got out of Lynn Corbray. Was him shutting the fuck up and going away, and then this good ending of him betraying them and being a source of exposition dump, and as you mentioned, potentially a trade to get Oris out of the black, because you've got a knight. You can maybe it's a bargaining chip, because spoiler, you do have to bargain. I don't know if you've noticed this about Sir Alistair Thorne, but he's not the most pleasant or flexible of individuals. So you've got some stuff to do. When you guys get back, you've got to deal with the Night's Watch. You have to deal with your feelings. You have to see what else happened during this attack. see what kind of shape your allied NPCs are in, and see what happened to Lady Olena and her people who were supposed to be here by now.
Right?
Were they just delayed by the storm, or did something else happen now that the realm is essentially lawless, in a way? So, to recap, King Robert was confronted by John Arryn with the seed is strong, right?
Right.
The black of hair, black of hair, black of hair, black of hair. He was confronted and, in a rage, murdered John Arryn, murdered Queen Cersei. He was intercepted on his way to Joffrey's room by Jaime Lannister cutting his way through the Kingsguard and then killing Robert, claiming a second king,
Right.
and then Barristan Selmy and Jaime Lannister took each other out. 2 members of the Kingsguard remain on Joffrey's, and who knows how they have filled the small council now. This all does seem fairly recent, but
That
like,
little prick is unharnessed. No one is leashing him.
and it does also, of course, sound like Grandfather Makar was in the middle of a complicated conspiracy to discredit Joffrey and something Iron Throne something. So
Try to get fucking.
Grandpa's got some splaining to do,
Yeah, he does.
and you've got a bunch of allies to check on and conspiracy to see how broken it is now. And like I said, we got some
The revolution is here.
we got some conversations to have when you guys get back. And we also, this is the second time they've made it clear they're after those books from the Sunspray House. The books that were taken.
We gotta figure out what those books are.
Because think about how bad you gotta want some books to try to take Oris alive.
Yeah.
As opposed to just sending in 6 crossbowmen to shoot him through the bars or something, which is the second, So they clearly want something about Oris real bad. They wanted it bad enough that when those guys didn't finish the job quickly enough, they tried a full fucking frontal assault of Wyvern's Rest
Right.
to snatch it. So
All
y'all
paid
done.
for by fucking Littlefinger.
And you also might remember that, like, every single one of the cutthroats had a gold coin on him, which is just like that's clearly what they were getting paid. That's
A lot
like,
of money being wasted.
Yes.
What
But
could be
anyways.
so valuable?
So hey, welcome to the deep end. Guys, remember, like, it was just yesterday. It was only 3 years ago that you were heading off to King's Landing for a little tourney and, having a good time. And now you're in the middle of some stuff.
I'm like,
So,
I'm not okay.
so
It's all right.
we will see everybody in 2 weeks. Players, I'm going to post copies of your letters to the Discord if you would like to reread them for
Yes,
good
please.
or ill.
I'd
And for the record, Adam, this is why you didn't get that letter back a few months ago. I was like, no, wait, let's use it to twist some of the knives I'm sticking in their backs. So I thought it would be
I'm
just
now a hedgehog.
some extra feels. I wanted it to have a little more impact and to show that they'd been blocking mail for a little while now. So,
I had a feeling that he was going to be, like, at least involved in whatever this was, but I wasn't expecting him to be quite this involved. Oh, fuck.
So, heck of a stream, everybody. We'll see you in a few weeks. Thanks for hanging out, viewers. I hope you guys had a good time. And I hope you're going to stick around to see how these moving pieces are moving now that the Sivos board has been upended by Robert's rage. Later.
Bye, everyone.